Okay, great.
All right. We are on the record outside the presence of the jury in the Mixed Chicks case, and we have an issue concerning the expert testimony that's about to be presented. I'm going to turn to the plaintiff and ask, and answer this thoroughly and completely. What are the different measures of damages you'll be seeking?
Your Honor, we're seeking actual damages and, as set forth in our special verdict form, to the extent the actual damages don't reflect all of the damages, disgorgement. So the way the special verdict form reads is what actual damages has I'm paraphrasing, but what actual damages has the plaintiff suffered, and it has a blank, and then what other damages are available beyond that.
Oh, wait, what?
There's question 3 on our special verdict form is what actual damages are available to the plaintiff. Question 4 is what additional damages are available for the plaintiff that have not been accounted for in question 3. And that's question 4 is the disgorgement question. So we're only seeking disgorgement to the extent the jury decides either that they can't calculate actual damages, or the jury decides, which is in their purview, that actual damages don't adequately compensate fully.
All right. Can you tell me in a nutshell what Mr. Skorheim's damage theory is built upon?
Yes. He did an actual damages analysis for 2011 because we had 2011 data when he did his initial report. And that's based on... When
you say 2011 data, you mean for the plaintiff?
Both the plaintiff and the defendant. When Mr. Skorheim did his initial report...
Why did you need damages from the defendant to calculate your actual damages?
Well, because we needed to...
Why did you need information from the defendant to calculate your...
Well, that's a fair point, Your Honor, and I apologize. The actual damages for 2011 basically take that $8 million projection that you've heard Mr. Kaya testify about last week, and then take the actual sales, take the difference, and calculate a loss based on that. That's 2011.
Independent of any information from the defendant?
Yes.
Much is made in the papers about getting the defendant's figures late and adjusting the expert report and all of that. Why were you needing the defendant's figures?
Well, Your Honor, we do have a disgorgement calculation.
Okay, you've answered it. That's what I thought. All right. So let me say, be seated. Thank you. It's a little confusing to me to try and figure out what's going on right now. The issues presented in the papers I have read on returning from the MDL conference where I was, seems like only a few hours ago in Florida. The issues presented are the defendant is complaining about this too late. The defendant supplied the information late, and kind of noise about timing. Let me just discuss the noise about timing. You have seen in this case my willingness to be decisive when you can show me an interrogatory response that did not fully inform the defendant, and I have issued pretty strong preclusive orders about that. I don't see that in the papers. I don't see interrogatory number 23 said explain your damage calculation, and they said actual, and they didn't mention disgorgement, and they certainly didn't mention proxy. So as far as all this skirmishing about who told what when, if you can be specific and say we asked this question and got this answer, and you should not allow them to expand on that, I'm open to that, but I haven't seen it. If you can bring that out. You've seen what I've done, and you recall I required you to bring up the response, etc. So I'm not dealing with the noise question at this point about late and didn't disclose and all of that. Although I am affected a bit by the fact that it is just now that the defendant is raising the issue. Now, on the actual merits of the question, I see in the defendant's papers talk about the proxy case out of the Northern District. I don't see this as a proxy case, i.e. we can use defendant's profits as a proxy measure of plaintiff's damages. I don't see that going on. If that's what Skorheim's doing, then we'll have to take a closer look at it. To the defendant's discredit. Perhaps they're just making sure based on the demonstrative they've seen, and maybe they're worried about it based on demonstratives, that you're going to do a proxy theory. I hear the plaintiff saying they're not going to do that, so I guess I'll worry about that if it comes up. So that's the proxy theory. Then I see the disgorgement theory, which is kind of blended into the proxy theory a little bit, except it's no longer a measure of damages by way of profits. It's a measure of equitable relief as a substitute for profits under trademark law. And it seems to me that's what you're doing. So maybe the disgorgement then bleeds into the proxy, even though you're not seeking proxy, you're seeking disgorgement, which is what you said in answer to my first question. So it seems to me there. We'll just have to see what happens. I guess also it's possible in an expert creating a damage theory, which is why I asked upon what foundation was he building this theory, to look at alternative models, alternative companies selling this particular product, and, oh, we happen to have one right here in court, the defendant, and in that context you might be looking at defendant's figures, but it sounds like that's not what you're doing. He's just looking at, in terms of building his own damage theory, he is looking at, a traditional lost profits analysis about, a what-if scenario based on your profits. So it doesn't look like you're building off of, related profitability in the industry, such as the defendant. And so these are all issues that may have been kind of molded together in the various papers. And at this point, I'm unable to make a preclusive ruling, particularly given the representations of the defendant about what they're doing. And so I am inclined to go forward, subject to a motion to strike and a severe jury instruction or whatever, if we get outside the parameters we've been discussing now. What is it? Is the jury here, Ms. Bradel? Yes. What does the defense say?
Can I respond to a couple of those comments, Your Honor?
Got to make it quick. Yep.
Yes, sir. First of all, we raised this issue in our trial brief, Your Honor. This is not a surprise.
It's not a significant factor one way or the other.
And, Your Honor, the issue goes to the disclosure. We never got notice, and we'll go back and look every place we asked and every place they didn't tell us these theories. And Your Honor picked up on a very significant point. Prior to this supplemental report, their opinions had been based, for their actual harm damages, as Mr. Parker described them, were based solely on their data, their sales. And it's only now, last week, we find out that their opinion is now somehow, they're also entitled both to actual damage, harm damages, using our profits, as well as our actual profits.
Well, the plaintiff's counsel is shaking his head, although I must say, as you might have picked up from what I just said, I could see an expert saying, let's look at the industry and see who is selling hair products for mixed-race folks, and use the defendant's profit figures to build a model. It doesn't sound like that's what's being done here. It sounds like they're only looking at you for this disgorgement theory.
Well, Your Honor, I do have to clarify, because I don't want to get in hot water. Mr. Skorheim in 2012 looked at the sales rates for Sally Beauty. So he calculated 2011 independently. You'll hear that testimony. For 2012, he looked back at the ratio between his actual damages analysis and what Sally Beauty did.
Okay.
And there's a 4-to-1 unity ratio.
Hold on. All right. That's why I asked specifically on what foundation is he building this, and you didn't supply that a moment ago when I asked, although I kind of have just said that could be a proper method for a guy to use. Okay, bottom line on all of this, I don't have enough information to issue any preclusive order at this time. I'll just have to wait till it comes in. If you can, again, line up your discovery answers or deposition responses, we'll see where we go. You may have picked up, if it's a deposition response, I think that's more suitable to brutal cross-examination than a preclusion. And I'll also say, sometimes at this stage, I think I'm doing the defendant a favor by allowing him to completely discredit the plaintiff through good cross-examination about the ridiculousness of the theory rather than me precluding the theory. However, I also am sympathetic to the notions of Daubert and gatekeeping functions. But I've also given speeches that the best gatekeeping function is effective cross-examination, which seems to be a diminishing and lost art. Okay, with all that in mind, we're going to go forward with this expert. You can make objections as we go along. I need something more specific than what I have about disclosures and timing and that sort of thing. So that's how we'll proceed, and we need to call the jury in. Ms. Bradle.
All right. Proceedings come to order. This court is again in session.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. For the last few minutes, we've been discussing some evidentiary issues that are going to be upon us today, and I think we've got them resolved. And with that, I'll turn to the plaintiff and ask plaintiff to call us next witness, please.
Your Honor, the plaintiff calls Mr. James Skorheim to the stand.
Mr. Skorheim, please step forward and take the stand.
You solemnly swear the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. So be seated, please. Please you'll state and spell your first and last name.
James Skorheim, James, and my last name is Skorheim.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Skorheim.
Good morning.
What are you here to testify about today?
I'm here to testify about the economic damages suffered by Mixed Chicks as a result of the accused infringement by Sally Beauty's mixed silk product.
And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a CPA, and I spend my time as a business analyst and a forensic accountant.
What is a business analyst?
A business analyst is a financial professional that analyzes business, industry, and market information and reaches conclusions about that information, about the success of a company and executing its business strategy, and reaching its target markets, and in reducing its cost to become more efficient from a cost standpoint. And we do that on a company basis, an individual company basis, and we also will do that in comparing the company to its competitors to determine its relative position versus its competitors in its target markets.
And what is forensic accounting?
Forensic accounting is the subset of general accounting that deals with the development and examination of financial evidence and reaching conclusions about that evidence to assist the trier of fact in better understanding financial evidence in a dispute such as this and making decisions about that financial evidence.
And are you also a certified public accountant?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you been practicing as an accountant?
Over 30 years now, about 31, 32 years.
What about as a business analyst?
About the same time. My entire practice, I've been doing that.
Can you describe your employment history briefly to the jury?
Yes, currently I operate my own CPA practice known as Skorheim & Associates, located in Laguna Niguel, California. I've been doing that for about the last 6 years. Prior to that, I was a partner with a CPA firm known as Moss Adams, which was at that time one of the top 10 CPA firms in the country. And prior to that, I was a partner with Deloitte & Touche, which was and is today one of the top 4 CPA firms in the world.
And how many employees does Squarheim & Associates have?
Including myself, we have 5 employees. I supervise a staff of 4 other accounting professionals.
Can you give the jury a summary of your business experience as well, please?
Yes, for the last 30 years, I've represented hundreds of businesses, both large public companies, as well as smaller private companies. In that capacity, I've handled their accounting, tax, business consulting, business valuation type services. I've dealt with companies in virtually all major industry groups, including consumer products such as the business that we're dealing with today. Also retail companies, manufacturing companies, distribution companies, real estate companies, healthcare companies, financial services companies, pretty much the whole gamut of different types of industries I've served during that 30-year period.
And have you ever been appointed by a court to serve as an expert regarding business accounting or valuation issues?
Yes, on numerous occasions I've been hired or appointed by the judge to serve in a neutral capacity or an independent capacity on financial issues.
And approximately how many times have you been appointed in that type of capacity?
I don't think I've counted them, but probably over a dozen, well over a dozen times.
And I understand you also hold a law degree. Is that right?
Guilty as charged. I am an attorney. I went to law school to better understand how business law affects businesses.
And do you have any other business experience which relates specifically to the issues in this case?
Yes, I think so. I also serve as the member of the board of directors of a large public company, and in that capacity, I serve on our investment committee, and I have to analyze businesses that we acquire. So I analyze different businesses that we're considering buying, purchasing as a private equity company, and also I'm the chair of our audit committee, and in that capacity, I hire and work closely with our outside auditors. In this case, it's one of the large CPA firms, KPMG. I also work closely with our securities counsel in understanding how our company has to adhere to securities laws and so forth.
And do you have any professional designations other than your certified public accountancy designation that are relevant to the work that you've done in this case?
Well, we've already talked about me being an attorney. I'm also a certified valuation analyst, a certified forensic accountant, and a certified fraud examiner.
And approximately how many cases have you performed expert analysis of either business evaluation, lost profits, or a disgorgement analysis?
I really lost track now, but it's over the last 20 years, it's probably been well over 200 cases.
And how many times have you testified at trial?
Probably over 200 times.
And can you give examples of a few cases in which you performed work, damages work that's similar to the work here?
Yes, in one case known as GMT versus Quicksilver, which was a trademark licensing dispute, I was engaged by the defense, which was Quicksilver. I was working on behalf of Quicksilver, the branding company, in that case. Another case, Beckman Instruments versus Flextronics, which was a dispute relating to a supplier contract, and I was serving the plaintiff in that case. Another case which was similar to this, it was a trademark and trade dress infringement case, Pelican Products versus Hubble, and I was serving the cross-defendant in that case. And
approximately how many opinions have you offered in your career regarding actual damages or disgorgement of profits?
I would say the majority of the over 200 cases that I've been involved in have dealt with damages of one sort or another.
And who hired you in this case?
Your firm, Haynes & Boone, on behalf of the plaintiff, Mixed Chicks.
And who else is working with you at your office on this matter?
One of our staff accountants, Peggy Morrow, assisted me, worked under my direction and supervision, assisted with some of the spreadsheeting work, and also in cataloging some of the documents and so forth that we reviewed in this case.
And who performed the lion's share of work on this particular matter, though? I
would have served in a number of hours. I would have handled the lion's share of the number of hours in this case.
And how many hours have you spent analyzing the issues related to this case?
Probably over 150 hours.
Is your compensation dependent in any way on what you testify here today or the contents of your reports?
No, my compensation is based upon an hourly rate, and it's based upon the number of hours that my staff and I spend in analyzing the information in order to inform my judgment and reaching conclusions that I reach in a case like this.
You understand you're testifying here under oath under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Your Honor, I'd like to proceed to offer some opinions from Mr. Schorheim.
You may.
What did you do to perform your assignment as a general matter, Mr. Schorheim?
As a general matter, I interviewed executives from Mixed Chicks, Mr. and Mrs. Kaya, Ms. Etheridge, and Mr. Rick Hall, who is the accountant for Mixed Chicks. I also reviewed a large volume of financial information and documents that were provided or produced in this case by both Mixed Chicks and Sally Beauty. I reviewed a number of deposition transcripts in this case. I also performed various research, both primary and secondary market research in this case, business and market research in this case.
And what's the difference between primary and secondary research?
Primary research is typically research we get directly from the companies that we're investigating. For instance, public companies, large public companies in America, are required to file comprehensive financial information about their operations with the United States Securities and Exchange Commission each year. And so that information is public record, and I can access that information to gain market intelligence and business intelligence about those large public companies. That's typically primary research. With smaller companies that are not public, they are not required to publish that information, and seldom do they publish that information. And most of the companies that we're dealing with in the mixed cultural hair care products are all smaller, non-public companies, of course, except for Sally Beauty. So I wasn't able to get primary research for those companies, so I resorted to what we call secondary research. Secondary research is research that's typically produced by outside third-party companies. Often these are consumer products survey companies, research companies of their own that will research the markets, research consumers, take consumer surveys and so forth to develop information about consumer sentiment, about various products, about various industries and so forth. And I was able to get in my research various industry and market and consumer sentiment studies for the multicultural mixed race hair care products industry, and there was 3 or 4 or 5 of those that I was able to get both some articles about the industry as well as actual surveys of consumers that were taken and demographic studies about this particular marketplace.
Can you take a look, before we pull up an exhibit, in the discovery process in this case, did you provide reports that were disclosed to Sally Beauty's attorneys?
Yes, I produced 3 separate reports during my work in this case over the last year or so, and all those, to my understanding, were produced to the representatives of Sally Beauty.
And were you deposed in this case?
Yes.
And did the reports that you presented?
I didn't get your answer, I'm sorry.
Yes, I had a deposition taken one day in this case.
And did you provide full disclosure in your deposition and your reports of what your opinions are?
Yes, I did.
All right, take a look at Exhibit 782 in your binder, Mr. Schorheim, and we're not going to publish this at the moment, but can you describe what Exhibit 782 is?
Uh, 782 is a summary of my opinions of economic damages suffered by Mixed Chicks as a result of the accused infringement by Sally Beauty, and it summarizes my calculation of damages for both the year 2011 and the year 2012 through August 31 of 2012.
And is it also a compilation of the data underlying those calculations?
It is a compilation and summary of the data that underlies the calculations.
Your Honor, I'd like to move Exhibit 782 into evidence.
Your Honor, two objections. One, hearsay to the document, Your Honor. And two, to the point we raised this morning, we object to this witness testifying to matters based upon 2012 damages calculations based upon the disclosure issues we raised earlier.
All right, 782 is a one-page document.
Yes.
I'm going to allow it to be displayed to the jury and will reserve its admission till a later time. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and let's magnify that, please, Mr. Vaughn. So, Mr. Skorheim, you mentioned this is a summary of your opinions. Can you walk the jury through those items? And you can either, with His Honor's permission, point to the screen, or we also have a touch screen capability on the monitor in front of you.
Okay. I'm not all that technically savvy, but let me see if I can touch the screen and maybe draw some circles. This first number,
It'll make it seem like you have a fat finger, but that's the technology, not your finger.
okay, thank you. I probably do have a fat finger, though, to be honest with you. All right, this first number is what we call disgorgement of defendant's profits. These are the profits that Sally Beauty earned on its sale of the 3 accused products in this case. And I calculated that basically by first two-step process. Number one, determining the sales associated with the accused products, and then secondly, determining the appropriate costs that should be deducted from those accused sales to determine the amount of profits that Sally Beauty earned on the sale of its accused products in 2011 and in 2012. And so that's the first number. The second number, maybe rather than circling this thing, because I might make it a little messy, let me just say that the second number, which is entitled Mixed Chicks Lost Profits, represent...
Can Mr. Wexler take up a stylus?
Oh, we're styling that.
You see the clear button? There's a clear button at the bottom. Touch the screen above the clear button. Bottom of the screen.
Oh, clear all.
Touch it. Okay.
Oh. Wow, I'm getting tech savvy here. All right, let me try this then. I guess my fat finger is the only resource here that we'll be able to use. Oh, there we go.
I'm going to do it there. The second number that I just...
You know what, I'm going to just clear that, because I think it's better just for me to just...
The second number for the record is $1,410,870. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, whoever did that. Yes, now this is Mixed Chicks Lost Profits. Mixed Chicks Lost Profits represent the sales that it lost because of the asserted or accused infringement by Sally Beauty. And so again, a two-step process. Identified first the sales that were lost by Mixed Chicks, and then I calculated the expenses that would have been incurred in order to generate those sales by Mixed Chicks. I took the difference of those two, which would give me the lost profits associated with those lost sales. And that's what I've calculated here, both for 2011 and 2012. And so the total is $1,410,870 of lost profits.
All right, what's that next number there, $548,040?
That's what I call an overlap reduction. The nature of infringement is that if a company is infringing the products of another company, typically what will happen is those infringing products will effectively pull sales from the victim company to the infringing company. And so the victim company loses sales, the infringing company gains sales. Well, these two numbers include those products that were moved from the victim company to the infringing company. And so those lost sales are included in both numbers, both the disgorgement of defendant's profits numbers and also the Mixed Chicks lost profits numbers. So in other words, in order to eliminate that overlap or that potential duplication, I had to calculate what that overlap was, the products that were moving from Mixed Chicks to Sally Beauty because of the accused infringement. And I did do that. I determined that there was roughly a 4-to-1 relationship. For every 4 units of product sold by Sally Beauty, Mixed Chicks lost 1 unit of sales of its own product. And so in doing my calculations, I determined that $548,040 of profits were effectively being overlapped here. So I had to exclude that in order to eliminate any potential duplication of damages here. And so I deducted it from the calculation of the damages above, and that generated total damages after that reduction of $2,873,515.
All right, now, Mr. Skorheim, when you mentioned 3 reports in this matter. Why 3 reports?
The first report was a report that I prepared to calculate Mixed Chicks lost sales and also Sally Beauty's defendant's profits for the year 2011. At the time of my first report, which was prepared in early part of this year and early 2012, the only information that I had was for 2011 information sales of both companies. I then had to later prepare a rebuttal report addressing some of the objections and criticisms I had of the Sally Beauty expert, Mr. Ackerman. And then finally, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I received information about Sally Beauty's sales of its accused products in 2012. And so I prepared a supplemental report just a few weeks ago that addressed the 2012 damages.
All right. Now, we're actually going to talk first about 2011 lost profits. And before we dive into 2011 lost profits, and I'm talking about Mixed Chicks lost profits, I have a question for you. Did your calculation of Mixed Chicks 2011 profits, did it use in any way, shape, or form any numbers, revenue, profit, or otherwise, from the Sally Beauty financial data?
No, I calculated that measure of damage totally independently of the Sally Beauty numbers.
And that's the calculation that you did and disclosed to Sally Beauty in your initial report, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so we're going to talk about that first, Mr. Skorheim. And just to recap, are the 2011 lost profits numbers contained within that $1,410,000 number on Exhibit 782?
Yes, the second line item there includes both 2011 numbers and 2012 numbers.
All right, so let's talk about 2011 lost profits. What process did you go through to determine what 2011 lost profits were for Mixed Chicks?
Again, it was a 2-step process. I first had to identify the lost sales that were suffered by Mixed Chicks, and then I secondarily calculated the expenses relating to those lost sales. So let's focus on the first step, which was calculating the lost sales. In determining the lost sales, I first had I interviewed the executives from Mixed Chicks, specifically Mr. and Mrs. Kaya and Ms. Etheridge. And I talked to them about what their expectations were based upon that, a very substantial advertising budget that they spent in 2011. And so we talked a little bit about what their expectations were for what their sales should have been in 2011, but for or absent the accused infringement by Sally Beauty. And they explained to me that they had expected $8 million plus in sales.
Objection, Your Honor. Not to interrupt Mr. Skorheim, but hearsay.
703, Your Honor.
Response?
Your Honor, he's testifying to, again, to what his client told him about these issues.
The objection is overruled. This being expert testimony.
So that was my starting point, was to get an understanding of how the company itself believed it would perform in 2011 with respect to the sales of its products, absent the interference or asserted or accused interference by Sally Beauty. And the actual sales in 2011, Miss Chick's actual sales in 2011 were about $6.7 million. So the difference between the $8 million that they expected and the $6.7 million that they actually earned that year was about $1.2 million. So that made up the notion of $1.2 million approximately of lost sales. And then what I did is I looked at various market information to see if I could find support that would be a reasonable estimate of what their sales would have been, the $8 million. And so I had further discussions about their business strategy and how they reached their target market and so forth, and I came to understand that they had a very, very substantial advertising budget that was very substantial compared to, say, other consumer product manufacturers and sellers in the general marketplace. I also then looked at other information. I reviewed the deposition transcripts of the Sally Beauty representatives to get a sense of what was happening in the market. And the Sally Beauty representatives were also relatively complimentary of the Mixed Chicks product. They seemed very bullish, if you will, on the growth of this market, especially the mixed-race, multicultural hair care products market, as evidenced by the fact that they themselves got into that market. I also looked at various research materials that were provided that I either obtained through my own research that were or provided, in this case, by Sally Beauty, and came to understand that there was substantial growth in this market over the last few years since 2006 when Mixed Chicks first started their business. I was impressed by the fact that Mixed Chicks themselves had very, very substantial sales from 2006 to 2011, and their growth path was very dramatic, positive growth path during that period of time. Based upon the marketing surveys that I saw, based upon the information from the representatives of Sally Beauty, and of course from my clients, I concluded that there was substantial growth in this fairly new burgeoning sector of multicultural or mixed-race hair products. I also observed in the information that Mixed Chicks was a market leader in this arena. There was evidence that they were the first mover in this market, that they really created this market as a home to these mixed-race consumers who really were kind of lumped into the ethnic demographic prior to Mixed Chicks coming on the scene in 2006. So there was substantial reason to believe that that $8 million estimate was very reasonable under the circumstances. And so I used that number, compared that to their actual sales, and concluded that 1.2, I think it was 1,266,000 of lost sales was a reasonable estimate for Mixed Chicks lost sales in 2011.
Okay, and have you have you reviewed a demonstrative exhibit to demonstrate the sales growth?
Yes, I have.
All right, and Your Honor, I'd like to publish the demonstrative now, and I can publish it for your review. It has been reviewed by the defendants.
You may publish it.
All right, let's put that up, Mr. Vaughn. All right, and again, Mr. Vaughn, this is Mr. Skorheim, you wouldn't know this, but the jury has seen some of this before. But Mr. Vaughn, can you capture 2009, 2010, and 2011 in that chart, please? All right, so what's reflected here in this chart, Mr. Skorheim, and why does it matter?
This reflects my calculation based upon Mixed Chicks financial information of Mixed Chicks actual sales of their mixed-race multicultural hair care products for 2009, 10, and 11. And you'll see the the growth path here, very substantial growth in those years. Also, you'll see that the red line indicates the path to the 2011 actual sales. 6.7 million of actual sales was earned by mixed chicks in 2011. You'll see that that red line actually falls off the slope, if you will. The slope from 2009 to 2010 was much steeper, showing a much higher growth path in that period of time than the growth path from 2010 to 2011. That red line had become depressed in that period of time. On the other hand, if you extend that growth path pretty consistently with the slope or the growth rate in the earlier period, you'll see that the company could have reached that $8 million level of sales in that period of time. And all of the information that I looked at suggested that there was dramatic growth being experienced during this period of time in the general multicultural mixed race healthcare market. And what was also notable to me is this was happening during the time when the general economy was actually receding or growing very slowly. The mixed chicks was growing at double digits easily when the general economy was just muddling along, either flat or maybe 1 or 1.5%, 2% during that period of time. So that was also very telling to me as an analyst in determining the market strength and power of mixed chicks in this marketplace. Also, what I was impressed with, not necessarily from this slide, but from other information I saw, was a dramatic increase in mixed chicks advertising spend. And advertising spend for a consumer products company is absolutely critical. That's the only way that a consumer products company can outreach to its target market and reach that target market. And during a period of time when there's a lot of pent-up demand coming into this market from the consumer marketplace, that advertising is key in order to capture what I call the hearts and minds, capturing mind share of those target consumers. And so for all these reasons, I felt that that $8 million estimate was a very reasonable estimate for 2011.
Did you look at, and by the way, in your opinion, is that $8 million estimate conservative, aggressive, somewhere in between?
I would say it's probably in between. I mean, I think it's a very realistic number. I think it's more likely than not that they would have been able to accomplish that absent the accused interference. Again, for all the information that I saw, there was substantial indications that this market was growing dramatically and that they were the market leader. Mixed Chicks was the market leader and would be capturing a larger and larger share of that market.
And did you see any market studies or other information that informed your opinion on this, on the reasonableness of this $8 million projection?
Yes, I did. There was.
And let me stop you there. Are these types of documents that you looked at documents that someone in your profession would normally review and rely upon in forming opinions like the ones that you're testifying about today?
Yes, they are.
All right, can you describe the studies that you looked at?
Yes, three in particular that were very helpful. One was the so-called first choice study, which I actually came to understand or discovered in reading Mr. Nori Carcieri's deposition. Mr. Carcieri, to my understanding, is a buying executive for Sally Beauty, focusing on this ethnic slash multicultural hair care environment. And I discovered the first choice survey from Mr. Carcieri. I also came across a study by IRI Symphony, which is a well-respected consumer packaging research organization that focused on this market, the multicultural hair care market. Also, there was a study done by Nielsen. Nielsen is the company that does the TV ratings, Nielsen ratings. They also do demographic studies in different areas, consumer demographics, for the benefit of various advertisers and so forth, and specifically TV advertisers, that focused on the African American demographic and how that demographic was really exploding in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So those are the studies that were particularly informative to me in providing support for the conclusions that I've reached in this case.
And when you say demographic exploding in what sense? In the sense of any particular market or just more people?
Well, the particular market that we're dealing with here, which is the multicultural mixed race hair care market, the Nielsen study was a little bit more broadly defined. It was basically focusing on the greater influence that the multicultural consumer had on marketing patterns in our country. It did break it down by health and beauty and automobiles and electronics and so forth, different consumer markets and so forth. It was more broadly defined, like I said, but it was basically focusing on how the African American / multicultural demographic was becoming a much bigger demographic and a much more influential demographic in terms of consumer focus for different advertisers in different segments. But clearly the first choice was focused primarily on mixed race consumers in the the hair care market, and the IRI study was similarly focused on that particular demographic.
All right. Now, how did you know that Mr. Carcieri relied on the first choice study in making business decisions?
I read his deposition transcript, and he admitted that in his deposition transcript.
All right. And can you look at page 94 of his deposition, lines 17 to 20, and first, before doing anything else, confirm that that's something that you reviewed and relied upon in the process of examining these documents and reaching your opinions?
Let's see if I have his. Do I have?
I think it's underneath.
You can put it on
the big one.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm sorry, what page was that again, sir?
Page 94, lines 17 to 20. And first confirm that that's something that you reviewed and relied upon in your investigative process.
Yeah, I did review this deposition transcript, and yes, these pages are very familiar to me.
All right. Can you read out loud what Mr. Carcieri said about relying on that first choice study?
Just a moment. Your Honor, could we at least have it pulled up? Not published to the jury. Put it on the screen.
I can, Your Honor.
You'll have to flip the switch.
It's the highlighted lines right there, Your Honor.
Response?
Yes, my response.
Oh, hold on, Mr. Squirrel.
Their response.
Sorry.
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Squirrel, can you read that? Or actually, I'll just publish it to the jury. Is that the testimony?
Yes, this is the testimony. This is part of the testimony where he addressed the first choice study.
Okay, and is that Exhibit 105? Is that the first choice study?
Yes, it is.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to move the first choice study. Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. Mr. Squirrel, did you rely on the first choice study in forming your opinions?
Yes, I did.
And is it normal for someone such as yourself to rely on a study like that in forming the opinions that you form?
Yes, especially whereas here Sally Beauty executives rely on that as well.
Your Honor, I'd like to move Exhibit 105 into evidence under two rules of evidence. I'll wait for Mr. Lee's response before
I object, Your Honor.
All right, and objection made.
All right. First is 703, Your Honor, something the expert relied on, but equally as important is Federal Rule of Evidence 803.17, market reports and commercial publications. Market quotations, lists, directories, or other compilations that are generally relied upon by the public or by persons in particular occupations. And Mr. Carcieri, it's already established in this trial, is in charge of acquiring new products. He testified he relied on the study. I also have a case, Your Honor, in which a similar study was admitted under identical circumstances.
All right. I'm not inclined to follow your first argument. What about the 803.17 argument? And I need to look at the document, and so I should have it here. This book at 105.
Yes. Your Honor, the 803 Federal Rule of Evidence 803.17 is an exception to the hearsay rule that allows admission of market reports. And
I'm aware of it. So,
yes.
so the question is, what does the defense say about your reliance on that objection, on that exception?
Your Honor, this is not a market report or...
Okay, so that's what I thought your response would be, and tell me why it's not.
This is a private report, Your Honor, prepared for Mr. Carcieri of Sally Beauty. It's not a commercial publication. It's not a market report that has been verified or can be substantiated. Your Honor, and again, the probative value of this document is the prejudicial, effect of this document, Your Honor, greatly outweighs the probative value.
So now you've thrown a 403, right?
And 703 as well, Your Honor.
Did you just throw in a 403?
Yes, sir, and a 703.
I told you I wasn't in...
It's the second half of 703, Your Honor.
Okay. Second half is 703. All right, so he says this isn't what's described in 17. What do you tell me on that?
Your Honor, it's a market study requested by Sally Beauty that they relied upon and was relied upon Mr. Carcieri in his occupation, and that's why I believe 803.17 applies. And Your Honor, I would note that the authenticity of that document is stipulated too, so there's no dispute about authenticity.
I don't hear authenticity, so I'm not responding to authenticity. All right, so he has just told you that it is under 803.17 in your response?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, this is a private report. It's not commercially available. It's not commercially tested or vetted. There's no evidence in the record that it was...
Okay, so now we're focusing on generally used and relied upon by the public or by persons in particular occupations. That seems to go to a more general use.
Your Honor, I agree the public does go to more general use, but that phrase is in the disjunctive, public or by persons in particular occupations. And Mr. Carcieri is in a particular occupation investigating markets and deciding what to buy in them, and he testified that he relied on that in that occupation.
All right, so could I call 803.17 a Blue Book exception, Kelly's Blue Book exception, and this doesn't seem to be close to Kelly's Blue Book or something related to Kelly's?
Well, I don't think that it's not that general. For example, there's a case out of the District Court of Minnesota in 1982, McDonald versus Johnson & Johnson, in which a report on a product called TENS, which are those electronic devices that stimulate muscles, was relied upon by an expert and admitted under 803.17. And so it's not a Blue Book. I think Blue Book is the most obvious example, as well as the phone book, but the rule's not limited to that type of publication.
You said you had a case exactly on point. Is that the case you just described to me?
Yes, Your Honor, although I will note that there was a foundation that the publication in question was relied upon by more than one manufacturer. So I don't want, Your Honor, I don't want to misrepresent the case.
I appreciate your forthrightness, counsel, and that's my hang-up here, more than one manufacturer. Now, if you could give me a case where it's relied on by one manufacturer, requested by that manufacturer, and relied upon by that manufacturer, and you know, part of the files of that one manufacturer, then I'd let it in, but at this point I'm not letting it in.
Right. Your Honor, and regardless of admission, I'd like to publish portions of it under Rule 703 based on Mr. Skorheim's reliance on the report.
Response?
Same objection, Your Honor. The second half of Rule 703 only allows publication of information that would otherwise be admissible so long as the prejudicial effect, the probative value outweighs or substantially outweighs the prejudicial effect, Your Honor. We disagree here. We believe the prejudicial effect of this document overwhelms any probative value and should not be published.
Your Honor, I have difficulty with the prejudicial effect argument given that this is a document relied upon by an employee of Sally Beauty in the ordinary course of their business. That much is clearly established.
Sometimes that can be the most prejudicial. I've heard a lot about prejudicial. I assume everything these folks offer are probably going to be prejudicial to these folks, and everything these folks offer are probably going to be prejudicial to those folks. An obvious observation. It just means we have to be careful about what prejudicial means under sections like 403. All right. The request to publish at this point is denied. You've gotten information so far from the expert, but the request to publish is denied.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Skorheim, what was it in the exhibit in the first choice report that was significant to your opinion?
First of all, on page 5 of the first choice report.
Objection. Hearsay, this document's been excluded. He's testifying. This witness is starting to testify as to what the exhibit says. The same thing as a publication.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor, and may I restart? Mr. Skorheim, can you put Exhibit 105, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Can you put Exhibit 105 away, please?
Sure.
Thank you. And Mr. Skorheim, what was it in Exhibit 105, generally speaking, that you found significant to your opinion?
Number one was the scope of 105. The scope of this market study was basically focusing on 500 multicultural women. This was a survey of 500 multicultural women about their hair care products, choices, and preferences, and it indicated to me, number one.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, this witness is beginning to testify to what this document says and the results of it, and again, Your Honor, this document has been ruled not to be admissible or not published.
Okay, you objected where he said, and it indicated to me. The objection's overruled.
The document indicated to me that it was geared to this particular target demographic, mixed race, multicultural women, purchasing or sharing their views about their preferences with respect to mixed race and multicultural hair care products. The second thing that impressed me about this study was that it determined that mixed chicks by far was...
Objection, Your Honor. Now he's again stating the statements or conclusions from this report. Overruled.
It indicated to me that mixed chicks was the market leader in this demographic among this particular consumer group, and it also indicated to me in connection with actual usage that among the competitors, mixed chicks competitors in the narrow area of mixed race consumers of hair care products, that mixed chicks was the market leader by a substantial margin.
Okay, next question.
All right, and Mr. Skorheim, on that subject, and without reference to a particular study, did you do investigations in the process of vetting, in particular this $8 million number for 2011, investigations of other market competitors and how they might have impacted mixed chick sales in 2011?
Let me answer that, yes or no?
Yes.
All right, and did you determine whether or not they were a factor in impacting that $8 million number?
Those competitors were operating in the market in 2011 before this study.
Well, I'm not talking about the first choice study. I'm talking about all the investigations you did.
Okay. I determined that in my analysis of all the information I looked at in this case, that mixed chicks was the market leader and that the other competitors would not have impacted that $8 million, that even in spite of any competitive pressures in the market, which would be limited as to mixed chicks because it was the market leader and the first mover in this market, that it was quite reasonable to, and more likely not, to assume and determine that the $8 million was a reasonable number.
And that's not just based on studies, but also based on interviews and review of other evidence in the case. Is that fair?
It is.
As well as some of the secondary sources that you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about, I'd like you to look at Exhibit 173, page 44 only, which for the record is redacted, and I'd like to publish that, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Ken, what exhibit?
173, page 44, and it's right there on the left.
The request here is for publishing. Any objection to publish?
Your Honor, the same objections we've raised earlier to the publication.
All right, please put it on the screen. I have too many books in front of me now to get to 173. All right, that may be published,
All right. So,
and I'm going to put it upon the plaintiff to remind me if you, at a later date, maybe very soon, want to move the admission of anything that we're only publishing. I'm not keeping track. You need to keep track.
we will, Your Honor.
It's published.
What is Exhibit 173, page 44, Mr. Skorheim?
This is a exhibit that I prepared in one of my reports to calculate the amount of mixed chicks lost profits for 2011. And in this chart, I summarized information relating to actual sales, advertising expenses, and gross profit for mixed chicks for the years 2006 to 2011. And I then, in the last column, calculated the amount of lost sales and lost profits suffered by mixed chicks as a result of the accused infringement.
All right, so let's take a look at that. And what's the top number there?
The top number, the $6,733,983 is mixed chicks actual sales for 2011.
Okay, and then the $8 million number, is that the number that you were talking about before?
That's the estimate of what the sales would have been in 2011 but for the accused infringement. And then the next number is the difference between the two, which would be the lost sales occasioned in respect of the accused infringement. The $968,000 is the amount of advertising expenses incurred, which was particularly impressive to me. Mixed Chicks was very active in reaching out to its target market, which was a very growing market during that period of time. The next number is the percentage of advertising to its actual sales. Mixed Chicks invested 14.39% of its sales in advertising, plowing that money back into the growth of its business.
Let's jump down to that 68.79% number. What's that?
The 68.79% is the gross profit percentage. That's basically the relationship of gross profit to the sales of the company. What this tells us is that for every dollar of sales earned by Mixed Chicks, it actually earns 68.79 cents of profit on each of those dollar sales. And so that's the gross profit for Mixed Chicks.
All right, and then how did you reach that 68.8% number?
The 68.8% number was based upon a full analysis of the cost structure for Mixed Chicks in 2011. I sat down with Mr. Brad Kaya and Mr. Rick Hall, went over the 2011 cost structure in detail, item by item. I asked questions about what kind of expenses were included in each of those categories.
All right, and let's pull up Exhibit 565, which is in evidence. And is that the 2011 profit and loss statement?
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Vaughn, if you can capture the expenses, capture in about 5 lines of that. All right, so did you review those with Mr. Kaya?
I went through each and every one of these items with Mr. Kaya and Mr. Hall, discussed each one of them in detail, and determined through those discussions which of those would have increased if they would have had that $1.2 million or so of additional sales that they were deprived of as a result of the accused infringement.
All right, and take a look at Exhibit 173, page 45, Your Honor, which I'd also like to publish. It's a chart similar to the previous chart.
Same objection, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
And Mr. Skorheim, these charts that we're looking at, are they compilations of the data you collected?
They are compilations and summaries of the data that I collected.
All right, and for the record, I'm speaking of Exhibit 173, page 45, and the page that I was referring to earlier, which isn't a very good description for the record. But the charts that we've covered in your direct testimony that we've published are compilations of your data, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So does this Exhibit 173, page 45, reflect your ultimate calculation of that 68.8% gross profit percentage?
Yes, after analyzing the cost structure, I determined that the gross profit was 68.8% for Mixed Chicks sales.
All right, and let's just capture those additional costs, just the words there, Mr. Vaughn. So those are some of the expenses that you actually added back or that you accounted for in calculating that profit margin?
I increased the cost structure by these amounts, yes, in order to determine the profit margin.
All right, and whose benefit did that work toward?
That had the tendency to reduce the amount of lost profits in this case.
All right,
and reduce the damages.
Sorry about that, Mr. Shorthand. All right, so we're going to go to a simple PowerPoint because it shows the math. So you have multiplied the 68.8%, so we'll go to slide 14, Mr. Vaughn. And is that the math for 2011?
Yes, that's the math for 2011. I took the lost sales, multiplied it by the profit rate, which has the effect of deducting expenses, and that resulted in Mixed Chicks 2011 lost profits of $871,020.
Okay, and now I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but it's important. Did you investigate the amount of units involved in that lost profit number?
Yes.
And did you look at the ratio of units that Mixed Chicks lost sales of in 2011 and compare it to what Mixed Silk sold in 2011?
I did.
And what was the ratio?
On a units basis, it was 4-to-1. In other words, for every 4 units of products of accused products sold by Sally Beauty, Mixed Chicks lost 1 unit of sales of their products.
Okay, and I think you mentioned already, for a sale to be lost due to Mixed Silk, there has to be enough Mixed Silk sales to take the sales away from Mixed Chicks, right?
That's correct. That was my conclusion in the analysis that I performed.
All right, so that's 2011. Let's talk about 2012 Mixed Chicks lost profits. How did you go about calculating 2012 Mixed Chicks lost profits?
Again, recognizing that relationship, the 4-to-1 type relationship between the Mixed Chicks lost sales and the Mixed Silk accused infringing sales, I basically I developed a relationship, what I would call a trend ratio between those two, which in terms of units was about 4-to-1. In terms of dollars, sales dollars, it was different. It was higher because Mixed Chicks had a higher price point and a higher profit ratio compared to Mixed Silk that had a lower price point and a lower profit ratio. But I used that same ratio, applying it to the benchmark of Mixed Silk sales in 2012 to determine, based upon that ratio, the amount of lost sales suffered by Mixed Chicks in 2012.
All right, and so why trend ratio? Why did you do it that way?
For 2 reasons.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, the same objection we raised earlier about the disclosure and use of this damages theory for 2012 damages. Just want to preserve our objection, Your Honor.
All right, understood. Objection's overruled.
Go ahead, Mr. Scribe. Why? The question was, why did you use a trend ratio for 2012?
I used a trend ratio for 2012 for 2 reasons. Number 1, because I had established in 2011 that relationship between lost sales and Mixed Silk's actual sales, and that was done based upon 2 independent calculations. And also, I understood that there was some that Mixed Chicks began selling later in 2012 in the Target retail channel, and I wanted to eliminate the effect of that on my calculation of damages in this case. And so what I did is I used the 2011 relationship and applied that to the 2012 sales.
Okay, and just so I know what that trend analysis is not, is the trend analysis in any way, shape, or form, and I'm talking about the trend analysis that led to the 2012 Mixed Chicks lost profit analysis, is that trend analysis or that ratio analysis in any way, shape, or form based on Mixed Silk's profits?
No, it is not based upon Mixed Silk profits, no.
All right, and let's take a look. We have a demonstrative slide, page 15 of the PowerPoint, please, Mr. Vaughn. Can you describe that calculation to the jury, please?
Hold on just a moment. This demonstrative has been shown to the defense.
Yes, it has, Your Honor.
It will be shown to the jury as a demonstrative.
What's that calculation, Mr. Skorheim?
This is that trend analysis that I developed based upon 2011, recognizing again, 2011, I independently, for each different calculation, calculated mixed chicks 2011 lost sales. I also calculated independently Sally Beauty's 2011 mixed silk sales. Here, I'm just taking a relationship between the two. What this tells me, the 65.12% by dividing the mixed chicks sales by the mixed silk sales, tells me that there was a 65.12% relationship between the two in sales dollars. Remember, we had a 4-to-1 relationship on units, but in sales dollars we had a higher relationship, and the reason again is because mixed chicks had a higher price point and a higher profit rate, so their profit per unit was greater than the profit per unit for mixed silk that had a lower price point and a lower profit rate.
All right, and I want to, that percentage point, 65.12%, this ratio that you're talking about, could you just have easily done this calculation as a unit calculation?
Yes, I could have.
And then add a few more steps in and get the same trend analysis and ratio analysis that you've done based on dollars?
Absolutely the same.
All right, so it doesn't have anything to do with the dollars, does it?
It doesn't have anything to do with dollars. Dollars translate into units. I could have done it on a units basis or dollars basis. It was just a simpler calculation to do it on a dollars basis.
Okay, and all right, that's fine. All right, so what did you do once you got this 65.12%? Let's step to the next slide.
I started with Sally Beauty's 2012 mixed silk sales of $1,204,952 that I calculated based upon mixed Sally Beauty's own financial information that was provided to me a few weeks ago. I then applied that trend ratio, which is the ratio of the two independent calculations of damages that I determined in 2011. And then I applied that ratio to the Sally Beauty mixed silk sales for 2012, and that indicated the amount of sales, mixed chick sales, that were assertedly diverted from mixed chicks to mixed silk because of the accused infringement, or as a result of the accused infringement.
All right, and what's that number?
That number is $784,665.
All right, and I'm going to beat a dead horse here. You could have done this using a 4-to-1 unit ratio too, right?
Exactly, and I'd get the same result.
All right, so the opinion's based on a trend of every 4 units mixed silk sells, mixed chicks loses a unit of sales.
That's correct.
Just so happens that this calculation is expressed in dollars rather than units, right?
I use dollars instead of units in this case.
It doesn't have anything to do with mixed silk's profits, right?
It has nothing to do with mixed silk's profits.
Okay, what was your next step in this particular 2012 calculation?
I had to convert mixed chicks 2012 lost sales to lost profits, the difference between sales and profits being expenses. So I applied mixed chicks profit rate that I had determined in 2011, which has the effect of reducing the sales by the amount of expenses that are deductible. And so I applied the profit rate that I used in 2011 of 68.8% to mixed chicks 2012 lost sales, and that generated mixed chicks 2012 lost profits of $539,850.
All right, and is this, all these calculations we just looked at, are they also compiled and reflected in Exhibit 785?
Yes, 785 being my supplemental report filed in this case, yes.
All right, so of course we got to add those up, and Mr. Vaughn, if you can proceed to slide 23, please. All right, so you added the 2011 up and the 2012 up, correct, Mr. Skorheim?
This is just addition, and I just added the 2 years to get the lost profits, mixed chicks lost profits for the 2 years, $1,410,870.
All right, and that's also, again, reflected on Exhibit 782 that the jury's already looked at. And let's go ahead and put that Exhibit 782 back up for a second. All right, so, and you go ahead and pull that up, please, Mr. Vaughn. All right, so we talked about the $1,410,870 number. You also calculated a disgorgement number, and we're going to try to walk through as efficiently as we can how you calculated that. Again, did you calculate that for both separately for 2011 and 2012?
Yes, I did.
Why did you have to do that?
When I did my first report, I didn't have any 2012 information. Admittedly, it was early in 2012 when I did my first report, so I was limited to 2011 information that was produced by Sally Beauty. And then I didn't have any information from Sally Beauty for 2012 until about 3 weeks ago.
All right, so let's take a look at Exhibit 173, page 41, which I would like to publish. All right, and Mr. Skorheim, we're going to speed up a little bit. So Mr. Vaughn, if you can grab the lower right-hand corner of that document, and if you can describe, Mr. Skorheim, at a 30,000-foot level, what you did to get that $1,944,007 number.
I reviewed financial information that was provided by Sally Beauty relating to their sales of the accused products, the 3 accused products in this case, and I summarized that on a month-by-month basis, and that's what this chart represents in dollar terms, and calculated for all the months of 2011 what their total sales, net of some returns and adjustments and so forth, so this would be their net sales, if you will, of $1,944,007 for 2011.
All right, and that's sales, of course?
That's just sales.
And Mr. Ackerman is the expert that has provided a report based on the defendant. Did you and he basically agree on that number?
Yeah, we were like $2 off. I think that's probably a rounding error of some sort. But yes, he came up with the same number, $1,944,000. I think his was $9 instead of $7.
All right. So, and did you just adopt his $9 going forward?
In some cases, I just used his $9 in my report where I was criticizing some of his work. I think I adopted his $9. All
right. So if the jury sees a $2 difference, it doesn't reflect anybody making a mistake. There's just some rounding errors, right?
We call that immaterial in accounting speak.
All right, so let's take a look at page 4 of the PowerPoint, Mr. Vaughn. And so you have that sales number. I mentioned the $9, and then you deduct some costs.
Yes.
Where does that cost number, or most of that cost number, come from?
I didn't see any cost information from Sally Beauty until I saw Mr. Ackerman's report. Mr. Ackerman did include some cost information in his report. I analyzed the cost information that he included. I disagreed with some of it, but on one element of cost we did agree, and that was what we call direct costs, or the manufacturing costs. That is that Sally Beauty uses an outside manufacturing company to create its product, and it paid $702,686 for that product. That is a legitimate expense in calculating defendant's profits, and so I granted that as a cost deduction here.
Okay, and then you got a total?
The total, if I subtract the $702,686 from the $1,944,009, I get Sally Beauty 2011 profits of $1,241,323.
And that was your profit for your profit analysis for 2011?
Yes, and then I also determined their profit rate, much like I did for mixed chicks. Their profit rate, but basically taking that profit, dividing by their sales, gives me a profit rate of 63.85%, which basically says that for every dollar of sales, Sally Beauty is earning 63.85 cents of profit. That has the effect of taking those expenses out of the sales number.
All right, so how did you calculate 2012 then?
In 2012, I recently received a similar analysis, two-step analysis. First calculate sales, then calculate expenses. In order to determine sales, I was provided a few weeks ago information on Sally Beauty's sales. I did the same thing I did in 2011, just totaled up all the sales for the 3 accused products for 2012. That information only went through August 31 of 2012, but I totaled that information, and that generated the 2012 sales of $1,204,952.
Okay, and then did you multiply that by your profit ratio?
I multiplied it by the profit ratio, which again has the effect of taking the expenses out of the sales, and that generates Sally Beauty's 2012 profits of $769,362. That should say Sally Beauty 2012 profits. I'm sorry, on that bottom line,
We have a typo there.
typographical error there. But that is the 2012 profits, $769,362 from the sale of its accused products in 2012, again, only through August 31 of 2012.
All right, can you take a look at, by the way, is that your typo?
I don't know. I didn't prepare these slides, but I did review them, so
let's take a look at.
I'll take responsibility for that.
Well, I appreciate you falling on the grenade for me, but can you take a look at.
Now it's fixed. I don't know. It's magic. It's fixed now.
There we go. Let's look at Exhibit 783, which this was a schedule that you actually prepared in your report that you served on October 12th, or that was served on October 12th, 2012. I'd like to publish Exhibit 783, Your Honor.
You may.
All right, and Mr. Skorheim, is this the more detailed compilation of calculations that you just described?
Yes, this is taken right from my work. This is a compilation and summary of the analysis that I performed, and it corresponds with the last slide that we looked at, and it does say 2012 profits at the bottom line, and this is my work. I'll take credit for this one. And
Exhibit 784 is your addition of the numbers to get to the $2 million disgorgement, or excuse me, Sally Beauty profits number?
784.
Look at it in your notebook.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, so let's step back to Exhibit, so that's your disgorgement number and your calculations. Let's step back to Exhibit 782, which is our master document. All right, so we've talked about the $2 million number. We've talked about the $1,410,000 number. There's an overlap on there that you described briefly. Let me ask a couple of questions that are damage-oriented. When does that overlap number come into play?
That will only come into play if the jury grants both measures of damage, both the top number, disgorgement of defendant's profits, and the mixed chicks lost profits, the second number. So in other words, if the jury decides to award both of those numbers, then you would take out the overlapping amount. If the jury only awards one of those numbers, then the overlap would be irrelevant.
And whether to award one or both is up to them based on the instructions they receive. Is that a correct statement?
Absolutely.
Right, not based on what you say?
It's not based on what I say.
All right. So let's talk about how you calculated that overlap number, and can you just describe conceptually what you did to calculate that overlap?
Yes. I already mentioned this 4-to-1 ratio. So for every 4 units of product sold by Sally Beauty, 1 unit of product was lost. Sales was lost by Mixed Chicks. So what I did is I did an analysis, and I had to convert the products to ounces because the products had slightly different ounces in their bottles from one company to the other. So I basically converted the losses. I first of all allocated the losses to the various products that were impacted by the accused infringement, and then I converted it to a price per ounce, if you will, for both companies, so I could identify the overlap, and I was comparing apples and apples rather than apples and oranges. And I have an exhibit for that. I had Exhibit F in my original report, if we want to refer to that.
Yeah, that's Exhibit 173, page 47, which I would like to publish, Your Honor. Okay. All right, and let's, all right, so what does that reflect, Mr. Skorheim? And if you want to point to certain columns, Mr. Vaughn can take us there, please.
Okay, what I want to do, just in general, is on the top half of the page, there's 2 things that I did. Number 1, I took for 2011 the total sales, which is in the column allocation of Mixed Chicks lost sales. We can highlight that. So in the second column here, allocation of Mixed Chicks lost sales, you'll see the bottom there. It's $1,266,017, which was the lost sales I calculated in this case, suffered by Mixed Chicks. I then allocated it to each of its products that were infringed or assertedly infringed to get that allocation. I then converted it to ounces to determine the number of ounces of sales that Mixed Chicks lost as a result of the asserted infringement.
And let me jump in there, Mr. Skorheim, because this is important. That column says allocation of mixed chicks lost sales, correct?
Yes.
And that's your opinion about how it breaks down?
Per product, yes.
Okay, and one could take those numbers and multiply each number there. For example, the top number is $203,719. One could multiply that times 68.8%, and that would be the mixed chicks lost profit on that particular product for 2011?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So basically, on the top half of the page, I allocated the losses per product, and then I converted to ounces for each of those products. And on the bottom half of the page, I did the exact same thing with the mixed silk products, the Sally Beauty products, the accused infringing products. And did the same thing. I basically broke it down by the three products, the three accused products, and then I broke it down by the number of ounces to get the number of ounces of the mixed silk product. I then compared the two and was able to determine that 4-to-1 relationship. If you were to take the $1,354,288, divide that by the $4,991,000, in terms of units, you would get about a 27% relationship, which is effectively a 1-to-4 relationship. And
that's the unit relationship we were talking about earlier?
That's the unit relationship that we were talking about earlier. And then I applied that to on a dollar amount and got $529,854. That represents $529,854 of sales of mixed silk products that also represented the amount of sales that were lost by mixed chicks in this analysis. I then had to convert that number to lost profits by applying the profit rate.
All right, and I have one more question about Exhibit 173, page 47. On the half of the page horizontally that we're looking at, the mixed silk portion, there's a column called 2011 net sales over on the left-hand side.
Yes.
All right, so that breaks down the net sales of the mixed silk product in 2011 by product, correct?
By the three accused products.
So if one wanted to figure out disgorgement by product, one could multiply the numbers in the 2011 net sales column by 63.85%, right?
Yes, that was the 63.85% was mixed silks profit rate. So you apply that to these sales, and that gives them their profits on each of these products.
All right. So, Mr. Skorheim, once you got this overlap sales number, what was your next step? And I believe we have a if we can go to slide 26. And so what did you do to get your overlapping profits number in 2011?
So what I did here is I took the overlapping sales, which we just calculated on the last slide, the 529,000. I multiplied it times Sally Beauty's profit rate to eliminate expenses, and that gave me the overlapping 2011 profits of $338,312.
All right, and then, of course, since you did this analysis before you had your 2012 numbers, did you have to do something to get the 2012 overlap?
Yes, what I did is I basically took a relationship between the overlapping mixed silk or Sally Beauty overlapping sales, the 529,000, compared to its overall sales of $1,009,000 to determine the overlap rate, if you will. And I think I have a calculation here on that.
Yeah, let's go to the next slide. Is that the calculation that you did?
That's right. That's the 529,854 divided by Sally Beauty's 2011 sales of $1,009,000. That gave me an overlap percentage of 27.26%. Again, at 27%, which is close to 25%, which reflects about a 1 in 4 relationship. In other words, for every 4 units of product sold by Sally Beauty, that effectively deprived or diverted 1 unit of product sales from mixed chicks.
All right, and then what did you do with that 27% number?
I applied that to Sally Beauty's 2012 sales to determine the overlapping sales in 2012.
All right, and we have a slide for that. Next slide, please, Mr. Vaughn.
So I started with Sally Beauty's 2012 sales that we've already calculated and talked about based on Sally Beauty's financial books and records. I then applied the overlapping sales ratio, the 1-to-4 ratio that we talked about.
And then that gives us overlapping 2012 sales of $328,470. And keep in mind that's sales, so I had to now convert it to profits by applying the profit rate, which has the effect of taking out the expenses. So I applied it to Sally Beauty's profit rate. I just duplicated that line. Let's go to the next line.
All right, and that's the same profit rate you've been using all along, right? The 63.85%?
It was derived from the study that I did in 2011.
All right. So you multiplied 2012 overlapping sales revenue by the Sally Beauty profit rate.
That's right, and that gave me the overlapping profit in 2012, which is $209,728.
All right, and are all these calculations also compiled and reflected in Exhibit 787?
Yes, which is basically an excerpt from my report that I filed a few weeks ago.
Right. So those are compilations of your data and also reflect your opinions?
They do.
All right. So obviously you added up 2011 and 2012. So let's go to correct. Am I correct?
Yes, I added those.
Is that reflected there?
I added both of those up to get the $548,040 in overlapping profits for the 2 years.
All right. And let's step back to 782, which is the calculation, the overall calculation. And Mr. Vaughn, if you can pull that out again. All right, so that reflects what we talked about, disgorgement, lost profits, overlap, and you've added them up, of course. Is that correct?
I've added them up and subtracted the overlap to get the $2,873,515. And again, just to reiterate that overlap, if you take that and compare that to the defendant's profits, it's right around that 27%, which again reflects that 1 in 4 relationship between the sales of mixed silk taking one unit away of sales from mixed chicks.
All right, and I want to ask a few questions. So first question, you did allude to it earlier, what about Target? Didn't Target have an impact on this damage analysis?
No, not at all. That's why I did it this way, so I could eliminate any impact from the Target relationship.
All right, and then what about new market entrants? Entrants like, or alleged new market entrants, Miss Jessie's, Jane Carter, Weedad, other competitors. Why, again, did you believe it's reasonable to conclude that those new market entrants didn't have an impact on 2011 and 2012 mixed chick sales?
Well, they weren't new market entrants in 2011. They existed in 2010 and probably before that. But certainly they were around before 2011. So those competitors had an impact on 2011. I already calculated the impact on 2011, and I used the same relationships for my calculation of 2012. Those market entrants were already in the mix, prior to the infringement or the asserted infringement by mixed chicks. So those direct head-to-head competitors would not have had an impact, especially based upon the research information that I looked at that showed that mixed chicks was by far the market leader in this demographic.
All right, and so let's recap. And we've got a disgorgement number, a lost profit number, and an overlap reduction. If the jury awards only lost profits, do they do any overlap reduction?
No. If they award just the lost profits, it's going to be the $1,410,870.
All right, and if the jury chooses to award based on the instructions it receives lost profits and then for some reason some additional amount of disgorgement, is that the point where the overlap comes into play?
Yes, only if the jury awards both measures of damages.
All right, and this is putting a fine point on it, but if the jury were to choose to award a percentage number of that disgorgement number, for example, 50% of the $2 million number, but we're also awarding some lost profits, how would they calculate that overlap reduction as it would relate to the smaller disgorgement number they award?
They would basically allocate by the same percentage. So if they allocated 50% of the disgorgement number, they would also have to reduce it by 50% of the overlap reduction if they're also awarding the mixed chicks lost profits.
All right, and particularly as to the lost profits number, do you believe it's more likely than not that mixed chicks suffered the damages reflected in that $1,410,870 number?
Based upon
Your Honor, this witness is speculating. It's not the proper basis for his opinion.
Sustained.
Right. Assuming infringement, which I think is a proper formulation, Mr. Scoreheim. By the way, I don't think we established at the very beginning, and perhaps I should have. You're not opining about infringement, correct?
Not at all.
All right. So, in fact, your analysis assumes infringement has occurred.
It assumes infringement has occurred.
All right. Assuming infringement has occurred, is it your opinion that Mixed Chicks has suffered lost profits more likely than not of $1,410,870?
Based on my study, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Perfect. We'll take a break, and we'll come back in 15 minutes. Remember, don't discuss the case, don't research the case, and keep an open mind.
All right.
All right. You may step down. See you in 15 minutes. Proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Lee.
Good morning, Mr. Scoreheim.
Good morning, Mr. Lee.
I want to follow up on something you finished with Mr. Parker at the very end of your testimony. And just to be clear, all your opinions you gave this morning are based on the assumption you've assumed that Sally Beauty is infringing Mixed Chicks trademark and trade dress rights, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't have any opinions in any of your reports. You're not offering any opinions as to the question of liability, as to whether or not they actually do infringe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I think you earlier testified that you are a lawyer. But I also believe when we discussed this previously during your deposition, you told me you don't currently practice. Is that right?
That's correct. I don't currently practice law.
That's what I mean. Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Scoreheim. And you're not an expert on trademark law either, are you, sir?
Only in connection with damages. I wouldn't consider myself an expert on the actual law of trademarks.
So to be clear, you're not an expert on trademark law. Is that correct?
Other than in connection with damages, calculation of damages.
Now, you have several different damages theories I know you talked to Mr. Parker about. I want to talk first about your claim for actual damages and how you calculated what you calculated to be Mixed Chicks lost profits, okay?
Sure.
Now, I understand you started with this $8 million forecast number, right?
Yes.
Okay. And from that, you recognized Mixed Chicks' actual 2011 sales, approximately $6.7 million, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm giving round numbers, sir.
Yes, I understand.
And based upon that differential, you calculated their actual 2011 lost profits to be approximately $871,000, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, from that, to reach that number, you deducted certain, I believe you went through with Mr. Parker, certain expenses, variable expenses that you determined to be appropriate to reduce that profits number to reach that $871,000, right?
Yeah, to reduce the sales number to reach the profits number, yes.
And in that deduction, you did not include any portion of the approximately $1 million in advertising and promotional expenses that the company incurred in 2011, did you?
I did not deduct any further advertising expenses.
Now, you also, when you were looking at expenses, you just looked at Mixed Chicks 2011 expenses. Is that correct?
I did.
You did not go back and look at their 2009 or 2010 expenses, did you?
No, those would be irrelevant.
Well, you didn't discuss with anyone at Mixed Chicks whether or not the expenses incurred in 2011 were comparable at all to the expenses incurred in 2008 or 2009, did you?
No, as I said, those earlier years would be irrelevant.
Thank you, sir. You did not have that discussion with Mixed Chicks, is that correct?
I don't.
Sorry, vague and ambiguous, Your Honor.
Yes, sir, Mr. Score. I'm simply asking, you did not discuss with Ms. Chicks, did you, whether or not its expenses incurred in 2011 were comparable to the expenses it occurred in 2008, 2009, or 2010, correct?
I could observe that they were not comparable, that there was economies of scale at work, and so I did
Thank you,
not
Mr.
have.
Score. My question is, did you discuss that with Ms.
If you
Chicks?
let me finish my answer, and then you can ask another answer, it'd probably be the best way to go.
Well, let's have the next question.
My question simply, Mr. Score, did you discuss that with Ms. Chicks?
I don't recall having a discussion about that with Mixed Chicks.
Thank you, sir. Now, when you then looked at, we'll sort of slide over to the expense issue, if you will, for Sally Beauty's lost profits analysis that you did, or excuse me, disgorgement of profits analysis that you did, okay?
I'm with you.
Now, you calculated, I understand it, Sally Beauty sales in 2011 and year-to-date 2012, right?
Through August 31st of 2012, yes.
Yes, sir. And from that, you deducted cost of goods sold, basically, correct?
Manufacturing costs, correct.
And for that, you reached this, I believe, your lost profits rate of 63.85%. Is that correct?
For Sally Beauty, yes.
Now, to come up with that profit rate, you deducted a cost of goods number, but you did not deduct any other additional costs. Is that correct?
I deducted the manufacturing costs. I did not agree with Mr. Ackerman on the other costs that he picked up. I did not pick those up.
I'm just trying to make sure that we're all clear what's in your numbers, okay? So other than the manufacturing costs, you did not include in your numbers any other costs. Is that correct?
That's correct. I saw no evidence that they were incremental.
Thank you, sir. Now, the premise of your opinion for Mixed Chicks lost profits is that they are entitled to, in effect, 100% of the shortfall that you believe they reached by failing to reach this $8 million forecast. Is that correct?
That's implicit in my opinion, yes.
Okay. And I believe it's your testimony that, in your opinion, you saw no other meaningful intervening causes which would attribute that shortfall to something other than Sally Beauty. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Well, let's look, if you will, if we can, that $8 million forecast. Now, as I understand it, you got that number from your conversations with Mr. Kaya, Ms. Kaya, Ms. Etheridge, correct?
Yes, they would be in the best position to know.
Okay. You did not actually see any written forecasts or specific sales projection documents to support that $8 million number?
I did not.
And also, I believe you testified to not just the $8 million forecast, but you translated it into an assumption of a 35% growth rate. Is that correct?
I did have an expected growth rate in 2011 based upon the $8 million at 35%.
And again, like the $8 million, you did not, the $8 million forecast, you did not see any forecast documents or other specific projection documents targeting that 35% growth rate, did you?
I didn't see any documents, no.
Now, when you were looking at this $8 million growth rate, you did not look at forecasts for sales for any individual products for Mixed Chicks as part of that $8 million, did you?
Not on a product-by-product basis, no.
That $8 million was the projection for their sales of the entire business. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And so the $6.7 million in sales they realized actually was sales for the entire business, correct?
That's correct.
So you're not aware of and did not see a growth rate number or forecast number for just, for example, the Mixed Chicks leave-in conditioning product, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And the same would be for the shampoo and the deep conditioner, correct?
No individual forecast.
And no one at Mixed Chicks ever told you whether or not they actually met, exceeded, or fell short on any individual growth targets on any of their individual products for 2011, did they?
I don't recall having a conversation about that.
Okay. Now, you're aware, of course, Mixed Chicks sells numerous other products, don't you?
Sure.
Okay. You're aware they sell a sulfate-free shampoo?
Yes.
You're aware they sell a hair silk product?
I'm not intimately familiar with all their products, but I know that they have other products.
Okay. Well, you're aware they sell a straightening serum?
I may have come across information on that as I sit here. I don't recall.
Are you aware they also sell both a men's line and a children's line of hair care products?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And are you also aware that they sell other products like hairbrushes, soaps, T-shirts, flat irons, things of that nature?
I believe they have some of those accessory-type products, yes.
Now, when we were talking a minute ago about a lack of meaningful intervening causes which would affect Mixed Chicks' failure to reach its sales forecast other than Sally Beauty, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the things you talked about, you alluded to earlier, was some of the competitive demographics that you looked at in your review of the competitive situation in the market, correct?
Yes.
Well, turning to competition or competitors specifically, Mixed Chicks identified to you numerous of its head-to-head competitors, didn't it?
There were 3 or 4 head-to-head competitors that they identified, which also corresponded to the information in the first choice study that Mr. Carter did.
Thank you, Mr. Skorheim. They identified head-to-head competitors for you, did they not?
They did.
Okay. And those included companies like Weedad, Miss Jessie's, Carol's Daughter, Hair Rules, and Kinky Curly, right?
The first 3 you mentioned sound familiar, and again, those corresponded to the first choice study.
Thank you, Mr. Skorheim. If you please just try to answer my question, I would appreciate it.
I am doing so the best I can.
Thank you. Now, in preparing your report, you also read certain documents like Mixed Chicks' responses to discovery requests in the case, didn't you?
Yes, I do believe I read some of those.
And specifically, you read responses to one of Sally Beauty's requests for information regarding Mixed Chicks' competitors, correct?
Counsel, I read a very large volume of documents in this case. I don't remember each one that I looked at, but I did see some interrogatory responses.
Well, sir, if it's listed on your in your report as a document you reviewed, is it safe to assume that you actually reviewed it?
I have, I think, 6 or 7 pages of documents that I've identified, and I did review all of those documents, some more thoroughly than others, certainly, but there was a large volume of documents I looked at, yes.
Okay, well, sir, if you could turn to your initial report. You have that in front of you, sir?
I do.
And on Exhibit C, there's a list of documents received.
Yes, I have.
Halfway down the page, it reads documents.
Which page are you on?
The first page of Exhibit C, Mr. Skorheim.
I'm with you.
And right above the list of depositions, it reads Plaintiff Mixed Chicks supplemental response to defendant Sally Beauty LLC's interrogatory number 27.
Wait, can you repeat that, please? I can't see it, so I...
It reads Plaintiff Mixed Chicks LLC's supplemental response to defendant Sally Beauty Supply LLC's interrogatory number 27.
Thank you.
You see that, Mr. Skorheim?
I do.
Okay. That would indicate that you reviewed that document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may approach?
Yes, you may.
Your Honor.
Sure. Through Ms. Bradle.
Okay, Mr. Skorheim, I've just handed you a document identified as Plaintiff Mixed Chicks LLC's supplemental response to defendant Sally Beauty Supply LLC's interrogatory number 27. And sir, if you could turn to page 3 of that document for me. Do you see that, sir?
I am? I do, yes.
Yes. Could you read the sentence under the heading interrogatory number 27?
Identify any and all products that compete with Mixed Chicks products other than Sally Beauty's Silk Elements mixed silk products.
Okay. Now turning, sir, to the next page. In beginning what is the second full paragraph, I'd like you to read that for me out loud, sir. And for the court reporter's benefit, could you please read slowly?
Is that the paragraph starting with determining?
It's the paragraph starting with Sally Beauty, sir.
Okay. Sally Beauty.
Not to interrupt, but just read slow so we could, it's rather lengthy so the court reporter can keep up.
Sally Beauty supplies Silk Elements Mixed Silk Gentle Cleansing Shampoo. Sally Beauty supplies Silk Elements Mixed Silk Leave-In Conditioning Cream. Sally Beauty supplies...
This might take a while. Can you put it on the screen?
Sure, Your Honor.
And I'm just trying to save a little of your time, and it goes on to the next page.
Yes, sir. It's about a page in length, maybe just over a page by the time you...
Right. And so zoom out. Zoom out. All right. And why don't you, there's a lot of names there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Take a long time to read them all. Why don't you ask a follow-up question?
Okay, Mr.
And actually, I don't want to limit you. If you wanted to read them all, but you may. You might just turn the page so we see how far it goes on the next page.
Okay. Mr. Skorheim, you're with me on this page 4 of the response, correct?
I am.
And the list of different companies or products that are listed here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We'll turn the page. And you're with me again, sir. You see the list that continues for just over half a page on page 5, correct?
I am.
And this is the list of companies that was provided to you by your client when it provided you a copy of the interrogatory responses?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Skorheim. Now, it's fair to say, sir, that you don't know, I think you testified earlier about your view of the market and whether or not competitors came into the market, left the market, were already on the market during relative time periods, correct?
I know that for the key competitors.
Okay. But it's also fair to say you don't know whether these existing competitors in the market have continued to expand their product offerings during this relevant time period, do you, sir?
I don't know specifically about their product offerings because they don't publish that information.
And so you don't know whether these existing competitors have been adding new products to their product lines, do you?
Not to Advantage, no.
Now, you talk a lot about mixed chicks advertising spend and how important it was, you believe, to their business model, correct?
I believe that advertising is important to any consumer packaged goods company, yes.
And you didn't look to see, however, what sort of advertising these other competitors do you?
Again, these other competitors are small companies. They don't publish that information. I didn't find any evidence of that, but the marketing studies were helpful in informing my judgment on those issues.
Mr. Skorheim, I'm just asking a yes or no question. You didn't look to see what sort of advertising these other competitors do, yes or no, sir?
Indirectly, I did. I had information from the marketing studies.
Sir, I'd like to show you, if I could, a copy of your deposition. Garrett, I'd like to show clip number 08.
Clip number what?
08.
Thank you.
I need a page. I need a page.
Yes. Sorry? Page number 129, lines 17 to 19.
You can stick it on the screen if you wish. Except you may have flipped the switch.
I may have flipped the switch. Here we go.
Okay, would you identify page and line again?
Yes, sir. Page 129, lines 17 to 19. You see that, Mr. Skorheim?
Yes.
Can you read my question at line 17 and your answer at line 19, please?
Any objection?
It's not complete, Your Honor, but I will complete the testimony on redirect.
Okay, 17 to 19, would you like it displayed to the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you do, you need to...
We have the video. Would it be easier if we just showed the video to the jury, Your Honor?
Your choice. You can show this text, but you just have to cover the other text.
We'll just show the video, Your Honor.
All righty?
It'll be beyond me to make sure I size this right on the element.
Let's see what you look like in the dust.
I love these parts of the case.
And you did not in any way look to see what sort of advertising these other competitors do?
No, I did not.
And, Mr. Skorheim, you're also not aware and have no information on the advertising spend or budgets for any of Mixed Chicks competitors for 2011, do you?
No, that information is not available.
Now, in your prior testimony with Mr. Parker, you were referring to some of the depositions you looked at and information that you received from Sally Beauty, correct?
Yes.
And I think you noted in your report that Sally Beauty itself was adding new products in its multicultural line in 2011, correct?
I don't know that for a fact, but I seem to recall in some deposition testimony that Sally Beauty representatives indicated that there was a few new products they were adding to their ethnic lines.
Okay, Mr. Storm, if I could refer you to page 9 of your original report, sir, if you have that in front of you.
I do have it.
Okay, I'm going to read, if you will, out loud, the third paragraph, the third sentence in that paragraph on page 9, and follow me if you will.
Yes.
I'm quoting from your report, Mr. Skorheim. Demonstrating that defendant itself recognizes the market strength and or potential for future growth. In the last 6 to 8 months, defendant has brought into its multicultural category 7 different product lines made by other companies and targeted to women with naturally curly hair to sell at Sally Beauty stores and online. Did I read that right, sir?
Yes.
And that's what you wrote in your February 2012 report?
I did.
Now, when you were talking to Mr. Parker, I believe one of the things you were referring to is your perception or belief that Mixed Chicks is a strong brand. Is that correct, in your opinion? Yes or no, sir?
In my opinion, yes, based on my study.
And that you concluded as part of your opinions that you don't view the differing prices between the Mixed Chicks products and the Sally Beauty products to be a factor in the demand for the respective products. Is that correct?
It's not a primary driver of it is not a primary driver of consumer choice in this demographic.
And you base, again, that opinion on what you believe to be your opinion on Mixed Chicks brand recognition, correct?
It's based upon the studies that I looked at. The studies.
Yes or no, sir? I mean, that's your opinion?
It's my opinion based on the studies, yes.
Mr. Skorheim, I'm kind of on a clock, and I apologize. We're sort of in a hurry. My questions are generally asking for a yes or no, and if I could, I would like a yes/no answer, okay?
I will do my best to do that.
I understand. Thank you, sir. Now, I also understand that you spoke to Mr. Jacoby, Dr. Jacoby, as part of your exercise in your engagement by Haynes & Boone, correct?
Yes.
Now, you understood that Dr. Jacoby was Mixed Chicks, an expert that Mixed Chicks retained for a trademark study in this case, correct?
That's my understanding.
Now, and I understand that this reference is referenced in your report that you actually spoke to Dr. Jacoby at least one time, if not more, as you were preparing your report. Is that correct?
At least once, maybe twice, but once I remember.
And you're aware that Mr. Jacoby, or Dr. Jacoby, surveyed over 850 people in order to conduct his survey? Are you aware of that?
I don't know the number of people, but I know he conducted a survey.
Are you also aware that Dr. Jacoby found that only 8.4% of consumers were actually aware of the Mixed Chicks brand or the Mixed Chicks products? Were you aware of that, sir?
Doesn't ring a bell.
And are you aware that Dr. Jacoby concluded, as part of his report, that Mixed Chicks products are not well known to people who buy products for curly or wavy hair? Were you aware of that, sir?
No.
So no one told you that Dr. Jacoby found this 8.4% recognition rate out of the hundreds of people, over 800 people that he surveyed?
I don't recall having a discussion about that.
Now, I believe in your report and in your deposition that we had together that one of the things you also based your opinion on was your belief that Mixed Chicks does not compete with companies whose products are sold in mass retail. Do you recall that?
I testified that there are 2 separate channels. Mixed Chicks in 2011 was selling into what I would call the boutique channel, which is mainly comprised of salons and
Okay, Ms. Tucker.
Can I finish my answer? This is important.
Well, it is, but that's not my question. So Mr.
Well, I think
Tucker can follow up with you. I'm just asking that you had the opinion that mixed chicks does not compete with companies whose products are sold in mass retail. Did you, sir? Did you or did you not?
You can answer it yes or no.
Yes, I did testify to that because that's a different channel.
Thank you, sir. And it's also your opinion, yes or no, sir, that customers who purchase Miss Jessie's products, for example, from Target, will not buy Mixed Chicks products. That was your opinion, correct?
I don't recall that being my opinion. I didn't know where Miss Jessie's was being sold.
Is your answer you don't recall that being your opinion? You don't recall us discussing that in your deposition?
I recall talking about Miss Jessie's being sold in Target in the mass market channel, and to the extent that that was a mass market sale, I would say that there would be.
Mr. Score, I'm
trying to answer the question.
Now, also, I understand, though, that you are aware now that Mixed Chicks is sold in Target, correct?
Since, I believe, July of this year, that's my understanding.
You're also aware that Mixed Chicks is now sold in Army and Air Force Exchange stores, sir?
I don't recall that.
Are you aware that they're now also sold in Duane Reade, a national drugstore chain?
Not specifically. When you say now, you're talking about 2012
Yes,
as
sir.
opposed to
Currently.
2011.
Yes, sir, currently.
Okay, fair enough.
Now, I want to, sir, if you will, sort of fast forward to your opinions regarding the 2012 damage numbers that
Yes.
you've articulated today. And I understand that you recently produced a supplemental report to provide those opinions, correct?
I did.
Is it your regular practice to reference in your reports that you produce for engagements like this? Is it your regular practice to include in those reports all references to any documents or other information that you relied upon in forming your opinions?
We endeavor to do so.
Okay. Do you believe you followed that practice with your most recent supplemental report?
I believe so.
Okay. So, again, it's fair to say if it's something's not referenced in that report, you didn't review it or rely upon it in forming your opinions.
Well, the report incorporates by reference my prior reports, and so if it was identified in those prior reports, it would be included in my opinions.
That's fair, sir. Thank you. Now, you referenced in your report several of the Sally Beauty sales documents that you reviewed in formulating your opinions.
Just the sales documents. There was no expense information or profit information in those documents.
And you didn't reference any Mixed Chick sales documents in your supplemental report, did you?
I did not.
Did you actually see, sir, review any year-to-date 2012 sales numbers for Mixed Chicks? Was that information provided to you, sir?
There may have been some of that information provided to me.
You didn't rely upon that for your report?
I did not.
You didn't find it important or meaningful to include a reference to any of those figures or numbers in your 2012 supplemental report?
Those numbers included target information, and so in order to avoid any confusion with the target information,
I understand, sir. I'm just asking you if you included that. That's really all I'm asking.
It wasn't necessary for my analysis.
Thank you. Did you review Mixed Chicks sales summary showing year-to-date sales thus far as of September 2012 of over $6.8 million in sales? Do you recall seeing that, sir?
I don't recall seeing that.
Did you know that at the time you were preparing your report that Mixed Chicks 2000 sales were annualizing at nearly $10 million? Were you aware of that, sir?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You said Mixed Chicks 2000 sales.
Excuse me, 2012. Year-to-date, I apologize.
And I'm not aware of that either.
Thank you, Mr. Score. Now, in coming up with your 2012 damages number, I believe you testified you used a different methodology because of, I guess, what you call the target situation. Is that correct?
That was one of the reasons.
And unlike 2011, or your opinion regarding mixed chicks lost sales in 2011, you did not base your opinion on 2012 numbers on any missed sales forecast, did you?
I didn't have any missed sales forecasts.
Are you aware, sir, of whether or not, are you aware of any actual lost sales or lost customers that mixed chicks suffered in 2012 when you were developing your opinion? Actual specific customers or specific lost sales, sir?
I haven't talked to specific customers to determine if they chose mixed silk over mixed chicks. No, that's what you're asking.
Yes, so your opinion does not include any specific reference to lost sales or lost customers for 2012, does it?
I didn't talk to any customers.
And actually, that's the same thing for 2011, isn't it, sir? I understand there's a forecast number in there you included, but you don't have any reference to and don't identify any specific lost customers or lost sales opportunities in your reports or in your opinions for 2011 mixed chicks lost profits. Is that correct?
Well, I think lost sales opportunities are implicit in my report, sure.
I'm asking about specifics, sir, specifics. You don't point to any specific customers, entities, specific opportunities, do you?
I haven't talked to any customers.
So the answer is no, sir. You don't identify any?
Well, I haven't talked to any customers, so I don't have any information about actual lost sales.
So the answer would be no, sir. You don't include any in your reports, and they don't form the basis of any of your opinion.
I don't think I can add to my last answer on that. I think my last answer was complete and fair.
Well, it's a pretty straightforward question, Mr. Score. I mean, the answer is yes or no. Either you did include and identify, or you did not. I'm asking. I assume that
I didn't identify.
You did not.
I wasn't able to. I didn't talk to any customers, so I wasn't able to identify any specifics.
Now, I believe we touched on this earlier, but it's your opinion that Mixed Chicks is entitled to the entirety of Sally Beauty's profits based on its sale of its mixed soap products, correct?
That's my opinion.
100%, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, we talked about your conversations with Mr. Jacoby or Dr. Jacoby a minute ago, and you understood that he calculated a confusion rate of approximately 41%?
That's my understanding.
And I think you're aware that Sally Beauty's expert calculated a much lower percent, approximately 0.3%. Is that right?
My understanding.
Now, regardless of whether you believe Mr. Johnson or Dr. Jacoby, neither of them came up with a confusion rate of 100%, did they?
I don't believe so.
And for your opinions regarding Sally Beauty's disgorged profits, if you will, or Mixed Chicks' recovery of Sally Beauty's profits, you didn't apportion your damages for either 2011 or 2012 based upon a confusion percentage by Dr. Jacoby or Mr. Johnson, did you?
No, it would be unnecessary.
Now, as part of your engagement, I believe you testified that you spoke to Mr. Kaya and others at Mixed Chicks several times. Is that correct?
Yes, on a number of occasions.
And you'd agree with me that Mr. Kaya or others at Mixed Chicks have a much better understanding of Mixed Chicks business and the market for multicultural products than you would, sir?
Certainly.
So when Mr. Kaya says that he does not believe that all of Sally Beauty's sales of mixed silk products are the result of confusion with Mixed Chicks, you'd have to agree with him, sir, wouldn't you?
I do agree with him in my report.
Thank you, sir.
It's consistent with that.
Thank you, sir. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Mr. Skorheim, Mr. Lee was asking some questions about Mixed Chicks' strength in the market, conversations you had with Dr. Jacoby. Regardless of the awareness percentage that Dr. Jacoby found or didn't find, you're not aware of the methodology or what he was investigating when he found that 8% number that Mr. Lee was talking about?
No, I wouldn't. I'm not aware of that number.
So you'd have to defer. I'm sorry. You'd have to defer to Dr. Jacoby about what his methodology was and what that 8% number that Mr. Lee means.
Certainly.
Sorry, that Mr. Lee mentioned means. And when you talk about the strength in the market and the fact that your conclusion that Mixed Chicks is well known in the market, what market are you talking about?
The target market was the mixed race market. That's where Mixed Chicks has spent its time developing that market since 2006. So it was the mixed race market, which I would consider to be a subset of the overall ethnic market.
All right, and a subset of the overall naturally curly and wavy hair market also?
Correct. Yes, correct.
All right. Mr. Lee played some video, and he played a question and answer at page 129, but he didn't play the question and answer that immediately followed it, which related to a follow-up question. So if you can look at your deposition, page 129, line 20, and it should be under that stack there.
Which page again?
Page 129.
Yes, I'm with you.
So the question was at line 20. I'll read the question if you could read the answer that follows. And we're reading page 129, line 20 through page 130, line 13.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Rule of completeness, Your Honor.
I don't have a line in front of me. I'm inclined to go along with rule of completeness. Can you put it on the screen for a second? How close is this to the red testimony?
It's right after it.
So he could have asked for a longer reading. So let's see, what have you got there? What lines?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. It's line 20. So that's the line 17 through 19.
And help me out here. I'm not seeing the answer.
All right, I'll move it down.
There we go. Are you reading only to line 25?
No, Your Honor. We're going to read
the next page.
Yes, you may. I believe I got it right there.
All right. You propose to read that, and the objection is hearsay. Anything else?
No, Your Honor, except that I don't believe the rule of completeness applies, Your Honor. The answer that he's reading does not correspond directly to the question asked and question answered.
All right, the objection's overruled.
All right, Mr. Skorheim, I'll read the question and you read the answer, please. Question, so again, you did not factor in any of their advertising efforts in your analysis as to whether or not the only cause of Mixed Chicks reduction in sales would be, in your mind, Sally Beauty.
Well, I presume that their operating characteristics are subsumed in the statistics. Whatever they're doing in the way of advertising, outreach to the market, positioning, their channel positioning, and so forth is subsumed in how the market perceives them. And so their ability to attract the attention of the market with respect to that brand...
Can you slow down?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now the market is subsumed. Now the market.
And how the market perceives them. And so their ability to attract the attention of the market with respect to that brand usage would be basically a synthesis of all those things. So I don't think you could say that their advertising spend was not considered. They spent what they spent. But yet, even after spending what they spent, they're lagging well behind Mixed Chicks. So this data inculcates all the operating characteristics of these companies, including their advertising spend.
Thank you, Mr. Skorheim. Mr. Lee also had you look at a response to discovery. It was interrogatory response number 27. And do you still have that document up there with you?
Yes, I do.
All right. And there was at lines 6 through 12, there was a preface to the answer. And, Your Honor, instead of having him read it, I'd just like to show it to the jury. And I can show it to you privately. Moment. Page 4, lines 6 through 12.
Yes, you can show it to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Skorheim, does that sentence from lines 9 to 12, since it's short, does it say, subject to this qualification based on a broad definition of the phrase compete with, the products that to some degree possibly can be considered to compete with the Mixed Chicks products include the following? Did I read that right?
I believe so.
All right, and then what follows after that is the list of competitors that Mr. Lee was showing you?
Yes.
All right, and do you recognize, looking through that list, do you recognize any of the competitors that you became aware of based on the studies that you looked at or the other research you did?
Only 3.
Which ones do you recognize?
Miss Jessie's, Harold's daughter, Weedad.
And how did they compare based on the research you did in terms of brand strength in the mixed race market?
They lagged well behind Mixed Chicks brand usage statistics.
And did you factor that into your opinions?
Certainly.
One thing that I wanted to clarify that came up on the cross-examination is you looked at Sally Beauty's numbers through August 31st, 2012, correct?
That's correct.
So the numbers that you've shown, that we've shown today, only go through that date?
That's correct.
Mr. Lee was asking you about advertising expenses and competition from other brands, and you were talking about the research that you'd done, and he well, let me ask you this question instead of characterizing. How did the marketing studies that you looked at inform your analysis of the competitive landscape in 2011 and 2012?
And generally, the marketing materials that I looked at limited the competitive set, what I would call the head-to-head competitive set, to those 3 or 4 companies that I just mentioned, not all the other companies that were listed on that interrogatory. The information that I looked at also positioned Mixed Chicks in every case to be a market leader in the mixed race environment. The mixed race, what I would call sub-demographic for hair care products. And that was very compelling evidence in the materials that I considered in reaching my conclusions.
All right, now let's talk about marketing channels. There's a question about boutique channels versus mass market channels. Are those channels mutually exclusive in your view?
Not totally mutually exclusive, but we find in researching consumer choice and so forth that we as humans are creatures of habit, and we have a tendency to militate towards a particular retailer or group of retailers for different products, and we pretty much stick with those retailers. I'm not saying that there isn't some bleed over from one to another, but in the main, retailers have a tendency to stick to their channels. And that's why branding is so important. Branding is important to try to attract members of various channels and so forth.
I object to Mr. Scribe's testimony. He's a damages expert, a CPA, sir. He's not a marketing expert. He's well outside
Response?
his expertise at this point.
I can lay some foundation for that.
The prior answer is stricken. The objection is sustained. Go ahead.
Right. Mr. Skorheim, have you studied marketing channels before in connection with damages work?
Regularly, yes.
All right, and how often have you done that?
Dozens and dozens of times in the work that we do. We have to look at markets to understand how the markets react to a company's exercise of their strategy and so forth.
All right, and did you consider in your opinion work that you did in this case the existence of certain products like Ms. Jessie's at Target?
I considered that to be a different channel, yes.
Why?
The so-called FDM market, which is the food, drug, and mass market retail channel, is a different channel from the boutique channel, which includes salons and beauty supply stores where Mixed Chicks was being sold in 2011. And I would not expect any sales in the retail channel, the mass market channel, to have significant incursions into the to the sales of Mixed Chicks.
Your Honor, same objection. This witness has not been qualified an expert on retail sales channels, marketing matters. He's a CPA, sir.
The question was framed in terms of what went into his conclusions in this case, and on that grounds, the objection is overruled.
Now, Mr. Skorheim, how did you control, regardless of how you feel about Target, how did you control for the fact that Mixed Chicks went into Target in July 2012? And I guess I should withdraw that question. Given that Target went into, given that Mixed Chicks went into Target in July 2012, how much of the data here does that actually impact?
Very little, in my view.
And how did you, regardless of the view that it didn't have much impact, how did you control for that?
I controlled for it by eliminating consideration of mixed chick sales in 2012 and focusing on the sales of the mixed silk products and the relationship of 4-to-1 that I established and determined in 2011 as the relationship that shows what portion of mixed chick sales are being lost for every 4 products being sold by, or 4 units of product being sold by Sally Beauty.
Let me ask you a question about disgorgement. You have opined regarding disgorgement before in trademark cases?
On numerous times, yes.
Have you ever given an opinion of disgorgement based on a confusion rate?
No, never.
All right, ultimately, the decision about disgorgement would be up to the jury, right?
It would be up to the jury, and I think it's a legal matter as well because in my experience, and I'm not here to render a legal opinion, but my experience, I've never seen apportionment being applied to the disgorgement measure of damages.
No further questions, Your Honor.
You want if I make just a couple of questions? Make it
Sure,
real
take
quick?
your time, whatever you like.
Just very quick, Mr. Schorheim. I believe you testified a minute ago that you controlled, if you will, the issue relating to Target in 2012 by ignoring it from your 2012 lost profit calculations. Is that correct?
Yes, I kept it out of the calculation.
And I believe you said you eliminated any reference to mixed chick sales in 2012 and coming up with your 2012 lost profits calculation. Is that correct?
I just focused on the lost sales of mixed chicks in 2012.
But when you say you focused on the lost sales, you did not actually identify any actual sales or actual customers that mixed chicks lost in 2012, did you?
Not actual sales, no.
And not actual customers or other customer opportunities, did you, sir?
Well, customer opportunities, well, not specific ones, but they're implicit in my calculation, but not specific ones, I'll grant you.
You did not identify in your reports or in your opinions any actual lost sales, lost customers, or lost opportunities?
I didn't talk to any customers, so no.
Thank you, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, so you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Plaintiff will call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to Rule 32A4, we'd like to play, in the agreement of the parties, we'd like to play portions of the video deposition transcript of Courtney Jones, who was unavailable for trial, taken on October 18th, 2011.
All right, without objection, that'll be played. And how long?
32 minutes, Your Honor. We also have a time calculation, so we've allocated portions between plaintiff and defendant because we've combined clips.
So it's combined 32?
Combined 32.
So let's start right now, so we'll be pretty close to noon.
Okay, you currently work for Sally Beauty Supply, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's your current title?
Associate Brand Manager.
Is that for any particular department?
For the Merchandising and Marketing Department.
And when did you start at your current position?
November of 2009.
Okay, what are your job responsibilities as an associate brand manager in the merchandising and marketing department?
I assist in product and development of new products that are private label. And that's from concept to completion.
Okay, so who do you report to directly?
Britt Truong is my supervisor.
Okay, how many people work in the multicultural category in the merchandising department currently?
Currently 3 under Renee.
Who are they?
Nori Carcieri, Britt Truong, and myself.
And do you consider the Crow claim line to be similar to any non-Sally Beauty brand name product?
Product list. We would send out emails to various groups that we knew were interested in testing. And there was a testing form for people who were interested in testing, but the multicultural line, we didn't use that until recently.
And who has input into things like ingredients, viscosity, fragrance, that sort of thing?
Britt Truong and myself. We also now have to do, more panel reviews for things like fragrances. And, of course, our vice president and directors also get a say in if they like something or if they dislike something.
So which VPs and directors were you referring to that would have to approve of the new products?
The VP that would have given approval on that would have been Susan Walker.
What's she VP of?
She's VP of Private Label Marketing.
And then what directors?
The director that would have approved on that would have been Renee Reynolds.
When you say approved on that, you mean the mixed silk line?
Yes.
Okay, prior to first hearing about this lawsuit, when did you first hear about the company Mixed Chicks or its products?
I would have been an assistant buyer when I first heard their product.
So what year is that?
It would have been 2008, 2009.
So how did you first hear about the Mixed Chicks company or its products?
When I was an assistant buyer, I would get calls from the field, stores, and as well as sometimes customers. And I'd get customer responses through our customer service department that would be inquiring about if we carried the Mixed Chicks line.
And did you interpret that to mean that they were interested in purchasing Mixed Chicks products?
Yeah.
Okay, and when did you first communicate with anyone at Sally Beauty regarding Mixed Chicks?
I would have probably, I did ask Nori Cartier, who was my boss at the time, about the Mixed Chicks line and if he knew anything about it.
What did you tell them when they made that inquiry?
No, we don't carry Mixed Chicks.
Okay, and then was there any suggestion by you, by Nori, or anyone else at that time gave you any kind of direction or guidance or parameters for what that name should be?
She just said that it was for products that were similar to the Mixed Chicks line.
You gave her some name ideas, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what you meant by, want to get these rules in here?
You know, speaking of Mixed Chicks products.
And what do you mean by get them in here? Did you mean
You want to meet with YouTube?
with Miss Etheridge and Miss Lady?
Yes. And I don't know how serious he was on that, but he had mentioned it.
Do you know if anyone at Sally Beauty has ever purchased any Mixed Chick products?
Yes.
Who has?
Britt Truong has. Kathy Hollenberg has also.
And where did they purchase the products?
Britt.
Did someone else tell you that they obtained Mixed Chicks products from trade show?
Kathy Hollenberg.
I can go back to my notes, but in the interest of time, what was Kathy Hollenberg's position again?
She's category manager for hair extensions.
Did Britt or Kathy Hollenberg ever tell you that they personally used any of the Mixed Chicks products?
Yes.
Which one?
Kathy.
And when you became assistant brand manager, did someone at Sally Beauty convey to you what the target market or demographic was for the mixed silk products?
Yes.
What did they say?
That it would be in a multicultural line.
And beyond being in that line, did they say anything about what type of individuals the products would be targeted toward?
It would be targeted towards women with naturally curly hair.
Of any race?
Yes.
And why was it considered to be a multicultural product?
Because it was in our Silk Elements line.
And who at Sally Beauty had ultimate sign-off authority for major decisions relating to development of the mixed silk brand?
Restaurant.
You are responsible, you're part of the merchandising department for the mixed silk products, correct?
Yes.
You're familiar with the colors of those products?
Yes.
Okay, so what color is the mixed silk shampoo?
Very yellow.
Any certain shade of yellow?
In the yellow family. Shade of yellow.
I mean, internally, is it given a name, a certain shade?
No.
So at what point in time was the logo design first developed for the mixed silk products?
It It would have been, at some point in 2010.
And do you know which third party was tasked with designing the logo for the mixed silk products?
Yes,
What was it?
Dawn Watkins?
Dawn Watkins design?
Yes.
Do you know if all the designs done by Dawn Watkins design is done by Dawn Watkins herself?
Yes.
Okay. And how did Sally Beauty know about Dawn Watkins? Have they dealt with her before?
Yes.
Which products have they used her for before?
Well, several.
Can you give a few examples?
I personally used her with a satin shirt.
Do you know if Dawn Watkins was given any kind of parameter, directions, or guidance, or instructions on what the logo for mixed silk should look like?
Yes.
What was she told in that regard?
She was told to look at the Mixed Chicks website for inspiration.
Why was she told that?
I'm not sure.
Who told her that?
Britt?
Was Dawn Watkins, in creating the logo design for the mixed silk products, told that she should try to incorporate any particular stylistic elements?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did Dawn Watkins ever discuss the design with you?
She may have, but I can't think for certain.
Okay. Do you know if Dawn Watkins was told by anyone at Sally Beauty to emphasize anything in the logo, such as the name mixed silk over mixed elements, or anything like that?
No, I can't recall.
Have you had any discussions with Britt Truong about why she chose the colors that she did for the containers for the mixed silk product?
Not really, but I can recollect.
Have you ever did anyone at Sally Beauty ever try to see if the mixed silk deep conditioner would work in a bottle with a pump?
No, because one, it is visibly thicker, and two, our other deep conditioners are in jars. That's just how standard deep conditioner is going to be in a jar, not in a
Does
pump.
Sally Beauty sell any deep conditioners in tubes?
We might, yes. I believe so.
And do you know why a tube was not used for the mixed silk deep conditioner?
No?
So I understand that the deep conditioner is thicker than the mixed silk shampoo or leave-in conditioner, but still might not be thick enough to prevent it being used for a pump. So my question is it did you ever attempt to see if, from a functionality standpoint, the deep conditioner would work in a bottle with a pump?
Sorry. No. There's the green olive moisturizing treatment. And then on the bottom shelf there, which is, I think, the second from base shelf, is our Mega Silk moisturizing treatment. This is actually, I believe, our second for shelf from the base is our Mega Silk moisturizing treatment.
Okay, so on the top shelf, I think it'd be easy enough to describe it. So on the top shelf, there's 3 sort of burgundy-colored products, then 2 tall green products, and then the 6th product from the left on the top shelf. Are those the power jars you were discussing?
Yes.
And for clarification, Alan, you're referring to the top shelf in this image, right?
Correct.
It's not necessarily the top shelf in the display, just for clarification of the record.
Correct. And then the bottom shelf in this particular photograph, looks like there's a blank space where products.
It was leaving white residue buildup in customer care.
Okay, and the flaking problems as well?
Yeah, I don't know if it was flaking or if it was just a white residue that was being left.
Okay, and Did Sally Beauty do anything about that problem?
Yes.
What did it do?
We issued a recall for our stores on all of the leave-in conditioner.
When was that?
It had just been, I believe it was in February. We found that out pretty quickly.
Has Sally Beauty had quality problems with the leave-in conditioner after the formula was changed?
The formula was not changed. It was a mixing, the manufacturer mixing process that they did, that they failed to monitor it correctly, and so it only affected certain batches.
Okay. So that problem was ultimately corrected?
Yes.
Have the mixed soap products been selling well since they were introduced to the market?
Yes.
And what's your basis for saying yes?
We've monitored our sales. I couldn't give you an exact dollar amount, but the sales have been very good.
Customers?
Employees.
Okay. Have you ever heard anyone respond to that comment?
No.
At the top is an email that you sent to Britt Truong on August 4th, 2009, correct?
Correct.
One of the names that you suggested was Swirl Girls.
Yes.
And then in parentheses you say blatant rip.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I meant that would be a blatant rip off of the mixed chicks line.
If you felt that way, why did you suggest it?
It was just one of the names that I came up with. She wanted a list, so I gave her a list.
Okay, I'm going to show you a document marked as Exhibit 26. And Ms. Jones, if you could look over Exhibit 26 and let me know whether you've ever seen it before.
Yes.
What's Exhibit 26?
This is our formula review worksheet.
What's the purpose of the formula review worksheet?
We make all manufacturers complete one with new products. And then we have our regulatory department review it for anything that's on our Sally prohibited ingredient list. Sally prohibited ingredient list.
And do you know who prepared the information that's contained on this specific document?
This is from RNA Corporation.
Do you see in the upper left, under product information, the first line says product name, and it says deep conditioner mixed chicks?
Yes, I see.
Do you know why it says mixed chicks?
This would have been a manufacturer typo, an error on their part.
How do you know that?
They make a lot of errors.
How do you know in this particular instance that it was a typo or error?
Because Aisha, I know, kept referring to it as mixed chicks where we were like mixed up. So.
I'm going to show you a document marked as Exhibit 28. Would you recognize Exhibit 28?
Yes.
Is this an email that you sent to Britt Truong on or about April 20th, 2010?
Yes.
What is, Exhibit 28 just contains a 31, an email that you sent to Britt Truong on April 20th, 2010?
Yes.
And it's a link to the mixed chicks deep conditioner on Amazon.com, correct?
Correct.
And why did you send this email?
Again, I can't remember.
Do you know if the ingredients were listed on this link?
Yes.
And then Exhibit 32, is that the website that would be displayed at the link that you sent in Exhibit 31?
I believe so.
Okay, I'm going to show you a document marked as Exhibit 35. Ms. Jones, do you recognize Exhibit 35?
Yeah.
And is that an email that you were copied on from Dawn Watkins to Britt Truong?
Yes.
And it appears to be a series of emails, right? The email at the bottom is from Britt Truong to Dawn Watkins, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why, do you see the sentence at the end of that paragraph that says, I can tell you this line is inspired by mixed chicks? Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know whether anyone at Sally Beauty expressed to Dawn Watkins that they wanted the logo or labels for the mixed soap products to look like mixed chicks products?
No, because they don't look like mixed chicks products.
In the next paragraph, it says the colors of the products for the lead-in is yellow, ? Similar to what you see on their website. Do Did you know if that was a reference to the Mixed Chicks website?
Yes, it sounds like it is.
And then the last sentence says these colors will show through the components since they'll be natural frosting in color. The components are reference to the bottles and jars for the mixed silk products.
Yes.
And those were supposed to be translucent, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how much profit Sally Beauty makes on each sale of each of the mixed silk items?
It depends on if it's on the sale price or not. Generally, we like to do at least 50% or more.
And you say we, you mean Sally Beauty or a certain department or a certain category?
All right, may I dismiss the jury?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, let's come back at 1:35. Give you a full lunch or almost a full lunch. Remember, don't discuss case, keep an open mind, and don't do any research on the case, and we'll see you at 1:35. Thank you.
All right.
All right, on the timing, it's 30 minutes, but how much of that time was defense, so I can make adjustments?
Your Honor, the combined time was 32 minutes, 20 seconds, and Mixed Chicks portion is 23 minutes, 30 seconds. Okay. Sally Beauty's portion is 8 minutes, 50 seconds.
All right, just a moment here. Okay. Now, folks, I leave it up to you to keep a good record for any further proceedings. And of course, you know that the court reporter is not taking this down. So usually what's done, of course, is the submission of an agreed-upon transcript. So that any other court that might be looking at this will know what the evidence was that just came in. And that applies to this and other readings. Again, I'm leaving it up to you to make your record. And I'm just reminding you, when these transcripts come in, both today and previously, you need to find a way of doing it. Usually an agreed-upon list of what was read is good, or maybe the actual transcripts are true, okay? So whatever one you want to do in that regard is fine. But it's up to you to make the record. Anything further?
Your Honor, we're going to play a brief Aisha Crump video, then we're going to rest, and I'll just rest subject to moving into some exhibits. Most of them were discussed with Mr. Shorthand, but I don't want to trouble you with them now unless you want to hear about it.
Okay, let's come back at 1:25 and talk about it. Okay? Thank you. Welcome back. Plaintiff will call the next witness.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This time, pursuant to Rule 32A4B in the agreement of the parties, we'd like to play portions of the videotape deposition transcript of Aisha Crump of R&A Corporation, who's unavailable for trial, and the deposition took place on February 14th, 2012.
All right. And the time?
The total time is 13 minutes and 39 seconds, Your Honor. Of that, 2 minutes and 27 seconds are Mixed Chicks time, and 11 minutes and 12 seconds are Sally Beauty's time.
All right. Very well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Crump.
Good morning, Alan.
I'll be taking your deposition today.
Thank you so much.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Aisha Crump, A-I-S-H-A. Last name Crump, C-R-U, and is in mother, P is in pie.
You currently work for R&A Corporation, correct?
That is correct.
And that's based out of the Blue Island, Illinois facility?
Yes, that's correct.
When did you start working at R&A?
In October, it'll be 3 years in October, so that will put us back in 2009.
So it's October 2009?
Yes.
Okay. What's your current title?
I'm marketing director.
How long have you been in that position?
Since I started earning.
And what are your job responsibilities as marketing director?
What aren't my responsibilities? Everything. So I basically work with our R&D lab on products. I work with the salon on product testing. I work I work in sales. I pick up trends from the market and trade shows.
And then do you interface with companies that RNA makes products for?
Yes.
At RNA Corporation, are there any particular people that work more on Sally Beauty products than others?
I probably work the most in Sally Beauty.
So the products that RNA has made for Sally Beauty, are those all private label brands?
Yes.
What's your understanding of what a private label brand is in Sally Beauty?
My understanding as a professional in this market, that a private label brand is a brand that's branded Britt Truong.
Okay. And you were the primary contact on the RNA end for the mixed milk?
Yes.
You said you're familiar with the beauty product industry, particularly the ethnic products. Is that correct?
I consider myself very familiar with the beauty product industry in general.
Okay. And does that also pertain to ethnic products?
Yes.
Okay. What's your perception of what the reputation is of the Silk Elements line?
Clarify what you're asking.
Sure. Do you consider the Silk Elements line to be classy, sophisticated, high-end, low-end, medium-end?
As a consumer, I never purchased the products and used the products, so personally, I wouldn't judge them because I never had experience with them prior to joining RNA.
Okay. I thought you said you have used the products before.
I've used the ones since I've joined, but I'm saying personally, I never went out and bought them.
Okay. So, personally, based on your experience with using the products, what's your perception of the quality of the Silk Elements products?
I think they're great products.
Okay. And just from your knowledge of the industry, not based on your use, do you have any perception of the reputation of the Silk Elements brand?
I don't know what other people would think.
So have you ever looked at any blogs, magazine reviews, or gotten any customer feedback on Silk Elements products that RNA has developed for Sally Beauty?
Yes.
Okay. And the quality of that Silk Elements line is?
Obviously, I mean, it might be biased because I make the products, but I do believe the products from when we use them in the salon and when I use them at home and when I read the reviews online, they're great products.
Okay. Would you say they're perceived by the public to be high quality, medium quality, or low quality?
I don't know.
Who selected the containers that were used for the mixed milk products?
Sally Beauty.
Did you or anyone else at RNA have any input into that?
I did help with frosting, only because it was very expensive to do a spray frosting. Britt showed me packaging that had a spray frosting, and when I researched the process, it's too expensive, so we just went with the color inside of it.
So the bottles that are ultimately used for the mixed silk, leave-in conditioner cream, and gentle cleansing shampoo are frosted, correct?
The whole line is frosted.
Correct. And
with an internal colorant.
did you provide Britt with samples of packaging for the mixed milk products from your supplier?
Of course, you have to before you go into production. You have to provide samples of the bottle.
So
Did I select the bottle? No, if that's your question.
Okay, so did Britt Truong have any conversations with you about whether or not to use a frosted bottle at all?
Yes.
What was discussed?
The bottle she showed me was the same bottle. We used 15 ounces of spray frosting. She said, I like this bottle, it looks cool, this is a great look.
Okay.
And I took it back, and it was too expensive to do that way. So I just said, let's do an internal frosting because it's cheaper. That's it.
Did initial samples of the products provided?
Yes. That's our standard policy.
Okay.
No specific fragrance, whatever we have in the lab.
Okay, and did Britt tell you that she wanted a certain type of smell that she described to you?
The only recollection I have of clean fragrance, the one she picked out was clean, she liked it. Blissful was clean, she liked it.
Do you consider the mixed silk products to be high quality, medium quality, or low quality?
Because we made them, I think they're high quality. Anything that RNA makes is high quality, come on now.
Do you have any basis for believing they're high quality besides the fact that RNA made them?
I use them, I like them.
Did anyone give you feedback about how consumers were reacting to the mixed silk products after they were launched?
I read the reviews online, and people like them.
Your Honor, we do 124 into evidence is unobjected to.
Without objection, 124 is submitted.
Our plaintiff rests subject to the examination of Ms. Renee Reynolds.
Very well. Plaintiff has now presented its case with one minor exception we'll get to later. Now we turn to the defendant.
Your Honor, the defendant calls to the stand as its first witness, Ms. Susan Walker.
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you'll be seated, please. And if you'll state and spell your first and last name.
Susan Walker, SUSAN, WALKER.
Good afternoon, Ms. Walker. You've been up there before. You didn't get to get sworn in before because we were just doing a little reading back and forth from your transcript. And now the jury actually gets to hear from you live. I understand from the deposition portions from your deposition that were played in the plaintiff's case that you were the Vice President of Marketing for Sally Beauty Supply.
Yes, that's correct.
How long have you held that position?
For about 20 years.
And if you would just tell the jury a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, where you went to school.
I grew up in San Antonio, Texas. Went to school there, high school, and later college. I married, had 2 children. Early in the mid-'60s, I began working for a beauty supply house in San Antonio. It was a small family-owned company, and started doing actually bookkeeping, and then worked into purchasing and, of course, merchandising and helping them run stores, warehouse, doing all the buying and merchandising, for the small company. We had about, I think at one time, 4 or 5 stores. Later, I think it was in the early 80s, he started talking about possibly selling the business. Sally Beauty approached me and offered me a job in 1982, and I accepted. Moved to New Orleans. At that time, I believe we had about 100 stores. I started as director of purchasing for Sally and worked my way up from that to director of merchandising, later vice president of merchandising, and then vice president of marketing for our product development.
You mentioned that you had some children. Are you lucky enough to have any grandchildren?
Yes, they blessed me with 6.
That's an house. So you've been at Sally Beauty for 30 years now, is that right?
That's correct.
A little bit unusual in today's business world to hear somebody who's worked at the same place for 30 years. What's kept you there that long?
Well, number one, I loved beauty business since it's what I've done all my life. But at Sally, when I started, it was a young company. We were growing, and they gave me the opportunity to grow, and I was able to grow with the company, as they got up to 3,000-4,000 stores.
All right, so let's talk for a little bit about Sally Beauty and its business. What is the business of Sally Beauty Supply?
We buy and sell professional beauty products. We have about 2,700 stores in the U.S. And again, it's not the typical products you see when you walk into Target, but more of what you would see in a beauty salon.
What kinds of products do you sell?
We sell everything from, of course, hair care, hair color, nail care, skin care, cosmetics, all types of salon sundries, equipment. Hair extensions is very big right now also for us.
And about how many different products do you sell?
Somewhere between 6,000 to 7,000 at any one time.
Now, you mentioned that Sally Beauty is not the typical beauty supply store. What's the target customer base for Sally Beauty Supply?
The target base is, of course, the salon professional salon and the retail consumer.
When was Sally Beauty founded?
Sally was founded in 1964.
And where was it founded?
In New Orleans.
And you started, you said, with the company in New Orleans?
Yes, sir.
Right. Where is the company headquartered now?
It's in Denton, Texas, which is right outside Dallas.
Right. And you said there are 2,700 stores in the United States today?
Between 2,700 to 2,800. I'm counting. We're always counting the stores that we service, which includes Canada. So it's somewhere between 2,700 and 2,800.
Where are those stores located in the United States?
They're in all 50 states, including Alaska and Hawaii, and also Puerto Rico.
How many people does Sally Beauty provide jobs for in the United States?
Over 10,000.
Are you familiar with the company named Sally Beauty Holdings, Inc.?
Yes, sir.
What is that company?
That's our parent company.
And are you also familiar with the company named Beauty Holding LLC?
Yes.
What is that company?
That's our company that holds our intellectual properties, our trademarks, patents, etc.
Are you an officer of that company?
Yes, sir.
What's your title with that company?
Vice President of Marketing.
All right, so let's go back to your role at Sally Beauty Supply. And as VP of Marketing, what are your job responsibilities?
I'm responsible for all of our private label brands, our trademarks, product development, and the promotion of those brands.
Can you give us just a few examples of some of the kinds of private label products that Sally Beauty sells?
Basically, we sell products in all the categories I mentioned earlier: hair care, hair color, skin care, nail care, hair extensions, electrical appliances, brushes, combs, and of course salon sundries like bulk items like cotton and gallons of shampoo, clips and bobby pins.
How many different private label brands does Sally Beauty sell products under?
Anywhere between 30 and 40 at any one time.
What are Sally Beauty's approximate total annual dollar sales of private label products?
It's a little under $700 million.
And what percentage of Sally Beauty's total revenue is derived from the sale of private label products?
About 35%.
Can you give the jury just a few examples of some of the better-selling private label brands that Sally Beauty sells?
Sure. Our largest brand is Ion, which encompasses hair care, styling tools, electrical appliances, hair color. Salon care is our salon sundry line with the gallons of shampoo, bulk cotton, bobby pins, hair pins, things like that. Beyond the Zone is a very popular hair care line that we sell, mostly styling products. Generic value products, Silk Element, Proclaim. We have a hair extension line called Satin Strand, an electrical appliance line called Plug In.
Okay, that's good. Thank you, Ms. Walker. About how many different private label products, how many different products do you sell under the various private label brands that Sally Beauty carries?
Somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000, depending on the growth promotions we have going on.
Why does Sally Beauty develop private label brands?
Well, for one thing, on private label brands, of course, you can always make a higher gross profit. But back in the late 80s and 90s, there were a lot of products that our vendors didn't have available for us. Styling products were becoming very popular back then, and they weren't bringing those type of products to us. They were available in full service, but not in our plastic trade. So we started developing styling products, hairsprays, and things like that, and just kept on going from there.
In addition to private label products, does Sally Beauty also carry brands that it doesn't own?
Yes.
And are those referred to as Sally Beauty as national brands?
Right.
Do you have any responsibility with regard to the purchase of national brands that Sally Beauty carries?
No, I don't.
Who are some of Sally Beauty's primary competitors?
Walmart, Target, their Costco, drug chains, any beauty supply store, of course, specialty beauty stores like Ulta and Sephora, basically anybody that sells beauty products.
Do any of these companies, to your knowledge, sell private label products?
Yes.
And do any of them sell private label products under trademarks other than their own house mark, other than Target or Walmart, for example?
Well, Walmart has like Equate, Target has Up and Up, Costco has Kirkland and Jessie series, and most of the drug chains have one or two brands that they sell.
Okay. Now, in your deposition that was played earlier, you were asked some questions about the multicultural category at Sally Beauty Supply. Who are the target customers for products that are sold in the multicultural category at Sally Beauty?
Primarily, it's the African American, but it can include Hispanic, Asian, any other like a Middle Eastern country, anyone that has that very, very hard to manage hair type. It could be coarse and curly, or it could be fine and curly, or it could be even coarse and straight.
And do the consumers that fall within this group include mixed race consumers?
Yes.
Now, you were asked in your deposition that was played earlier in the case, do you know what the first product was that was targeted to mixed race persons or multicultural persons? And you answered probably Silk Elements Mega Soap. Do the terms mixed race and multicultural mean the same thing?
No, they don't.
What's the difference between those two?
Well, multicultural is the overall category, and mixed race is a single demographic.
So when you answered the question, you were asked what was the first product that was targeted to mixed race persons or multicultural persons, and you responded Mega Soap. Were you responding to the mixed race portion of that question or the multicultural portion of that question?
Multicultural.
So Mega Soap was then the first product targeted to multicultural consumers?
Yes.
What was has Sally Beauty sold a product targeted to mixed race consumers?
Yes.
What was the first product that Sally Beauty sold targeted to mixed race consumers?
Mixed silk.
Does Sally Beauty sell any private label products in the multicultural category?
Yes.
Under what brand names?
Silk Elements and Proclaim.
All right, can you just briefly describe for the jury, if you would, what these two brands are and who they're targeted to?
Okay. Proclaim was the first brand that we introduced, and it's a value brand with very simple packaging, good formulas. It covers everything from relaxers to shampoos to hair care. Silk Elements we introduced later, and it is a complete line of hair care products for the African American or the multicultural customer, including relaxers, some skincare products, shampoos, conditioners, styling products.
And one of the products in the Silk Elements line or the mixed soap line of products?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Yeah, one of the products under the Silk Elements line is the mixed soap set of products, is that right?
Correct.
All right, so let's spend a few minutes now talking about the mixed soap product. Were you involved in the development of the mixed soap products?
Not directly.
Did you have any involvement?
Yes, I approved Britt Truong's choices.
When did Sally Beauty first begin considering development of the products that became the mixed soap line?
I would say 2 to 3 years before we actually started the development.
And when you say before you started the development, what year did the development start in?
2009.
Why are the mixed soap products that Sally Beauty wanted to carry or to develop?
It was an emerging demographic, and we were getting requests for products for that curly hair type.
Did Sally Beauty at the time that the
Yes.
Why were they designed to be compared to mixed chips?
When we did our product testing on what was available in the marketplace at the time, the mixed chicks product seemed to test out the best.
And the mixed silk products are sold as a sub-brand under the Silk Elements mark?
That's correct.
Whose decision was it to place the product line under the Silk Elements brand?
It was mine.
Why did you want it under the Silk Elements brand?
We hadn't been successful in launching small product lines in the multicultural market. So I felt if we umbrellaed it under Silk Elements, it would have a better chance of success.
And I understand from the deposition clips that were played earlier that you're the person who came up with the name mixed silk, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Why did you like that name?
Well, I was looking at the list that Britt submitted, and I was thinking, okay, mixed, and then I thought of silk, which is, our under our silk elements, and we have another sub-brand called Mega Silk, mixed silk, Mega Silk. It just seemed to make sense.
Were there any other names that you considered in connection with the choice of a name for the mixed silk product line?
I think I highlighted a couple that she had on her list.
And was that list an email list?
Yes.
All right, so you should have a binder in front of you, a black binder, and if you would turn in that to Exhibit 89. This is an exhibit that's already been admitted.
Okay.
And is this the email list that you were referring to?
Yes.
Is the Squirrel Girl's name mentioned in this email?
No.
Did you ever hear that name suggested at all in the course of the consideration of a name for this product line?
No, I didn't.
Now, who was involved in the decision on the choice of the name for the product line?
Myself, Britt Truong, and Renee Reynolds.
Right. And was the decision to adopt the name mixed silk unanimous?
Yes.
How shortly after I'm sorry, I need to ask you another question first. So, in Exhibit 89 at the top of that document, there's an email from you, here, highlight that, dated August 5, 2009. You see that?
Yes.
And it says those in red and mixed silk. Is this the first time that the mixed silk name was suggested?
Yes, it was.
How soon after this email was sent in August 2009 was the mixed silk name chosen?
Immediately. I think, by the next morning we all had agreed upon it.
Now, were you, the mark you chose has the word mixed in it, and the mixed chicks marks has the word mixed in it. Were you at all concerned that by adopting the mark mixed silk that consumers might be confused between those two names?
No.
Why not?
Well, because it's not the same name. It's mixed silk, not mixed chicks.
Did you want consumers to be confused between the products?
No, of course not.
Now, did Sally Beauty file for registration of the mixed silk mark?
Yes, we did.
Did you instruct that filing be made?
Yes.
And is it standard practice for Sally Beauty to file for registration of its private label trademarks?
Yes.
Why is that?
To protect our brand.
And did the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office grant registration to the mixed silk mark?
Yes, they did.
All right, I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 842 in the notebook in front of you.
Okay.
Do you recognize Exhibit 842?
Yes.
What is Exhibit 842?
It's our registration from the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office for mixed silk.
All right, I'm sorry I interrupted you, but let me stop you there.
Without objection, it's submitted.
Right.
Thank you for your careful review.
And I'm sorry, I interrupted you, but it hadn't been admitted yet, so I wanted to make sure we didn't get too far down the road. So you were in the process to tell the jury what this is, and I sort of cut you off a little bit. So if you don't mind, if you would just tell us again what Exhibit 842 is.
It's our trademark registration for mixed silks from the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office.
And on the front page, that's the gold seal of the Patent and Trademark Office, is that right?
Yes.
And then let's turn to page 2. And is this the page that shows the particular information about the registration I want to go back for a minute to Exhibit 89. And I want to take a look at the email that's at the bottom of that email string. And in this email, Ms. Truong says, do we want the mixed chicks line, and she's got mixed chicks in quotation marks, under silk elements or brand by itself. And it was in response to this email that you responded that you wanted the line under the silk elements mark, is that right?
Yes.
And did you have an understanding about why she was referring to the product line as the quote-unquote mixed chicks line in this email?
She was just referring to...
It calls for speculation.
Actually, you want to rephrase, or do you want me to tell her to answer the question merely yes or no? Do you have an understanding?
She can answer yes or no.
You can answer yes or no.
Yes.
What was your understanding?
Some objection? My explanation. You can rephrase it, but the objection is sustained. You need to find out how you got the understanding.
How did you get an understanding about what Ms. Truong meant when she raised the mixed chicks line?
I believe I had asked her where we were on our mixed chicks line the day before.
And she was responding to you?
Yes.
All right. And so do you know why she then, did you have an understanding of why she was using mixed chicks as a reference to the product line she was emailing you about?
Objection, still explanation, sustained. You can ask for her understanding of what it meant.
The question apparently didn't come out the way I thought it did, because I thought that's what I asked. What is your understanding?
It was the project where, it was the way we referred to the project we were working on.
And why was the project referred to that way at the time?
Objection, Your Honor, to the extent that she's testifying about somebody else's intent, referring to that way. Excuse me, referring to it that way.
Can you focus on this witness?
Yeah, I can. You mentioned an email where you said our mixed chicks, is that right?
Yes.
And why did you refer to the line that way?
I guess it was just a way of referring to the project that we had been working on for a good while.
Had the name been selected at that point yet?
No, it hadn't.
Right, after the name mixed silk was selected for the product, did you ever again refer to the product line as our mixed chicks?
No.
Did you ever refer to it as the mixed chicks line?
No.
Did you ever see anyone else at Sally Beauty refer to it under either one of those names?
No, sir.
How was it referred to after the mixed silk mark was chosen?
Mixed silk.
Right. Now, we talked earlier about the fact that the mixed silk products are designed to be a compared to product for mixed chicks. What does compared to mean when it's used in connection with these products?
It means it's comparable to mixed chicks.
Do any of the mixed silk products say compared to mixed chicks on the labels of the products?
No, they don't.
Is there a reason they don't?
Yes.
What's that reason?
My understanding is in Canada we can't sell products that are using a compared to on the product or elsewise, unless we have the permission of the manufacturer.
So you're saying that's a legal prohibition?
Yes.
And are the mixed silk products sold in Canada?
No. Yes, mixed up is sold in Canada.
Now, are you familiar with the line of products sold at Sally Beauty referred to as GVP?
Yes.
What does GVP stand for?
Generic value products.
What is the generic value product line?
It is a true compared to product line, compared to other national professional brands.
Other national professional brands such as what? Can you just give us?
Paul Mitchell, Matrix, Clairol.
Okay. Is there a particular design philosophy with regard to the design of the GVP products?
Yes, it's very plain and simple, white packaging, black lettering. We recently added a color bar to designate the brand we were referring to, make it easier to find on the shelf.
I put a box of products next to you in the witness stand earlier before you took the stand, and I'd like to take a look in there and see if you can find Exhibit 167. It should be a GVP bottle.
167?
168, maybe?
We may have written it down wrong, or I may have gotten the wrong bottle. Do you see a GBP product in there?
Yeah.
Both 167 and 68 are GBPs. One is, 67 is moisturizing shampoo, 68 is color care conditioner.
What do you have in the box with you?
I have a conditioner,
What, did it have an exhibit number on it?
168.
168. I didn't write down whether that was admitted yet or not.
It's not,
All right,
but without objection, it's admitted.
all right. And if you would, go ahead and set, you might need to move the notebook that's next to you, but if you would go ahead and set that product on the shelf next to you facing the jury so they can get a look at it. All right. And is this an example of one of the products from the GBP line?
Yes, it is.
And is this product representative of the look of the products in the GBP line?
Yes, it is.
How does the price point of the GBP products compare to the national brands that they compare to?
Anywhere from 30 to 50% less than the national brand.
Are there any GBP products in the multicultural category, Sally Beauty?
No, there isn't.
And is there a reason that there's none?
We had developed generic value products as a general market hair care brand, so we never crossed it over into multicultural.
Do the products on them say compares to, don't they, on the label? So compares to, in this case, I think it's Paul Mitchell Color Protect Conditioner.
Yes.
Are these products sold in Canada?
No, they're not.
And is that why you were able to say compare to on these products?
Correct.
Now, I want to switch back again so that we can take that down here. Switch back again to the mixed soap products. And with regard to the mixed soap products, other than the name of the products, were you responsible for any design choices related to the mixed soap products, packaging, labeling, anything like that?
No, other than approving the choices that Britt made.
Right. So who had primary responsibility for the design choices for the mixed soap products?
Britt Truong.
And you reviewed and approved those?
Yes, I did.
Did you disagree with any of her choices?
No, I didn't.
What do you think of the products she designed?
I thought they turned out very nice, very classy looking.
And you were asking your deposition whether you had heard anyone discuss why Britt chose the color she did for the liquid products of the mixed soap line. And you said, quote, I would imagine because there might be some similarities to the mixed chicks, so it would make the customer be able to make a correlation between the two, that they were similar type products. I believe the mixed chicks shampoo is actually orange though, so, and then you were interrupted. But in that testimony, did you have any particular mixed soap product in mind? Were you talking about a particular mixed soap product?
The leave-in.
Right. And the colors of the party shampoo products are they the same?
No, they're not.
What are the colors of those two products?
Ours is in the yellow family, and mixed chicks is orange.
Now, the use of a similar color on the leave-in conditioner, was that so that consumers would identify the mixed soap product as a compared-to product to mixed chicks?
Yes.
Was the use of that similar color intended to confuse consumers into believing that the mixed soap products are the mixed chicks products?
No.
Were you concerned that by the use of a similar yellow color on the leave-in conditioner that consumers might be confused?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
Because, a color similarity is chosen on a lot of other compared-to type products. And it doesn't cause confusion.
Did you think that the party's product as a whole looked similar?
No.
And why not?
Well, the packaging is entirely different. Our logos are entirely different. I mean, the look of the product is not the same.
And does Sally Beauty have a slogan on its mixed soap products?
Yes, we do.
What's that slogan?
Natural curls for natural girls.
And does Mixed Chicks have a slogan like that on their products?
I don't believe so.
To your knowledge, did they use anything like that in their advertising?
No.
Is it common in the industry for manufacturers of private label products to use similar colors or elements from a branded product to signal that their product is a compared-to product?
Yes.
Last foundation.
Overruled.
Yes.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your answer?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to pull up a demonstrative that was used in my opening. It's been shown to the other side without objection.
Very well.
All right, we've pulled up a slide of two different products. Have you seen these products before?
Yes.
And what are these two products on this slide?
Equate Dandruff Shampoo and Selsun Blue Shampoo.
Who sells the Equate product?
Walmart.
And is the Walmart product a private label compared to product to the Selsun Blue product?
Yes.
Right. And so is this an example of the use of similar colors and packaging in the industry?
I would say so, yes.
Does Sally Beauty sell, we can take that down. Does Sally Beauty sell a private label product named So Gorgeous?
Yes, we do.
Is that a compare to product?
Yes.
All right, to what brand does that compare?
Big Sexy Hair.
All right, you should have a couple of So Gorgeous and a couple of Big Sexy Hair products next to you. Now, two of these have been admitted and two have not. So the two that have not are 658 and 662. Your Honor, there are not objections to these. Can we go ahead and move
All right,
these?
they're admitted without objection. 668, 662.
All right, so
Is that right?
that's right, Your Honor. 658, I'm sorry. 658 and 662. I'm having a hard time reading my notes.
658 and 662.
Okay, you can you go ahead and pull those up, and if you would put them on the shelf next to you. Now, do you need to clear any notebooks out up there?
No, I think we're okay.
And then there should be two others as well. There should be two aerosol containers.
Yes.
All right, go ahead and put those up on the shelf as well, if you would. You can, and then you can take the GVP product down. We'll just swap some products out. All right, so if you would tell the jury what they're looking at that's on the shelf in front of them.
This is So Gorgeous volumizing blow dry gel, and this
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Walker, but as you identify the products, I should have asked you to do this. Would you also give the exhibit number for the product?
658. And 662 is Big Sexy Hair Blow Dry Volumizing Gel. $660 is So Gorgeous Shaping Spray. And Big Sexy Hair is Spray Mousse.
All right, and so the So Gorgeous products, those are the Sally Beauty products?
Correct.
And are those designed to be compared to brands to the Big Sexy Hair products?
Yes.
All right, now when I look at those products, I see, let's start with the aerosol cans, I see similar color schemes on those two with similar color caps. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, it's, to help the customer identify that comparison to Big Sexy Hair.
Now, those two aerosol products, those are not directly competitive products, are they? They're not the same product, are they?
No, but they have a hairspray also.
Okay, and are these two products representative of how these two lines look in the aerosol cans?
Yes.
Now, the other two products, are those also, is the Sally Beauty So Gorgeous product a compare to the other product we have up there?
Yes, it is.
And in that case, it's it is a directly competitive product, isn't it?
Right.
All right. Now, those products have similar style packages and both have black pump caps. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, it's, to show the comparison.
Do you believe that these products are confusingly similar in appearance merely because they use the same colors?
No.
Similar packaging?
No.
And why not?
Well, because one is So Gorgeous, the other is Big Sexy Hair. The logos of both are entirely different.
Okay. Now, how long has Sally Beauty sold the So Gorgeous products?
I think we introduced it 3-4 years ago. It might have been a little bit longer than that.
Now, these are products that Sally Beauty sells and manufactures. The So Gorgeous or Sally Beauty private label products, is that right?
Correct.
Does Sally Beauty sell compare to products that are made by other manufacturers?
Yes, we do.
Is BioTerra an example of that?
BioTerra is an example to Matrix Biolage.
And is BioTerra a line of products?
Yes.
And does that entire line compare to the Biolage Matrix line?
Yes.
About how many different products are there in the Bioterra line?
Oh, they keep adding and adding. It's 20 or 30 now, I think.
Who makes the Bioterra line?
Zotos. It's they're Naturel. They call it Naturel, but it's a division of Zotos International.
Are the Bioterra products sold exclusively through Sally Beauty stores?
No, they're not.
Who are some other are you aware of any other manufacturers that sell it?
You mean?
That sell the Bioterra product?
You mean stores?
Yes.
Yeah, they're sold through other beauty supply stores, and occasionally you can find them in drug and supermarkets.
How long has Sally Beauty sold the Bioterra line?
I'm thinking it's close to 20 years now.
And what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is pull up a demonstrative. This is another one I used in my opening that counsel for plaintiffs has seen without objection.
Very well.
All right. So do you recognize, Ms. Walker, the products that are on this slide?
Yes.
Tell the jury, if you would, what these two products are.
One is Naturel Bioterra Ultra Moisturizing Conditioner, and the other is Matrix Biolage Conditioner.
And are these examples of products from the Bioterra and Biolage line?
Yes.
And the Bioterra line uses similar colors. This particular Bioterra product has similar color scheme and container to the Biolage product. Is that right?
Correct. They pick up the primary color that they're using for whatever series they're doing.
Is there a reason they do that?
Again, it's to show that it's a compare-to line to the Biolage.
Do the Bioterra bottles say compares to Biolage on the labels?
No, I don't believe they do, no.
Does Sally Beauty also sell a line of products named CuraPro?
Yes.
Is that a compare-to line?
Yes.
Right. Who makes the CuraPro line?
Zotos International.
And are the CuraPro products sold exclusively through Sally Beauty supply stores?
No, again, they're sold through other beauty supply outlets also.
What product does or brand do the CuraPro products compare to?
L'Oreal Kerastase.
Okay. Now, we should also have some examples of those in the box next to you in the witness stand. And what we'll do, don't put them up on the shelf just yet. What we can do maybe is swap out the So Gorgeous products and swap those out for the CuraPro and Kerastase products. The CuraPro products are Exhibit 654, 655, 656, and 657. My understanding is all of those have been admitted already.
I have 656. I don't have the others, but without objection, 654 through 657 is now admitted.
Those were in our stipulation, Your Honor, so they're in.
Well, see, I haven't transferred the stipulation to my sheet. Got it. Go ahead.
We're moving quickly. Then the Kerastase products are 733, 734, 735, and 736. And I believe those were also moved in at the end of the plaintiff's case.
Right. Again, I haven't translated it to my sheet, so.
That's right.
Tell me the run you're doing now.
733 to 36.
733 to 36 is now admitted, although 733 to 36 is now admitted.
Do the CuraPro products, Ms. Walker, use colors that are similar to the Kerastase line?
Yes.
And is there a reason for that?
Again, to draw the comparison that it is a compare-to line to Kerastase.
Do the CuraPro labels say compare to Kerastase on them?
No, they don't.
Do any of the products in the CuraPro line say on their labels compared to Kerastase?
I'm not as familiar with these as the older brands. No. I don't see it, no.
Okay. And how long has Sally Beauty been selling the CuraPro line?
I believe we introduced CuraPro a little over a year ago.
Is Biolage a L'Oreal product?
It's owned by L'Oreal, yes.
And is Kerastase also a L'Oreal brand?
Yes.
Does Sally Beauty have a business relationship with L'Oreal?
Yes, we do. We sell various products from L'Oreal and Sally, and also our full-service division.
Did Sally Beauty secure permission from L'Oreal for Zotos to make its BioTerra or CaraPro products?
No.
Did Sally Beauty have anything at all to do with the design or development of either the CaraPro or BioLize products?
No.
Okay, we're going to change directions now and talk about mixed chicks. When you were developing the mixed silk line, were you aware that mixed chicks had a 33-ounce size of its products?
No, I wasn't.
Now, you were here in the courtroom when Ms. Etheridge testified that mixed chicks gave Kathy Hollenberg a 1-liter bottle of one of the mixed chicks products. Is that right?
Yes.
You remember hearing that?
Yes.
Are you aware that, before you heard that, were you aware that mixed chicks had given Kathy Hollenberg a 1-liter bottle of one of their products?
No, I wasn't.
And just to clarify, who is Kathy Hollenberg?
Kathy Hollenberg was our category manager for hair extensions, and she is a mixed-race individual also.
Did you ever see Kathy Hollenberg with a 1-liter size of any of the mixed chicks products?
No.
Did you ever see anybody else at Sally Beauty with a 1-liter bottle of the mixed chicks products?
No.
Did Britt Truong have samples of the mixed chicks products in her office at any time that you saw?
Yes, she did.
And did she have a 1-liter bottle of any of the mixed chicks products in her office?
No, she didn't.
What products did she have?
She had the 10-ounce square square bottles, and the deep conditioner jar.
Now, the 1-liter bottle, is your understanding that in the industry that 1-liter sizes are sometimes referred to as back bar sizes?
Yes.
And are the mixed silk products intended to be competitive to the back bar sizes of the mixed chicks products?
No.
Why not?
Because the mixed silk products are retail sizes, or consumer sizes.
Now, you were shown in your deposition Exhibit 93, and I'd like you to turn to that in your binder. And this has, I believe, been admitted already. So I did not write that down in my notes.
Without objection, it'll be admitted now if it has.
I think it's in the stipulation, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. What is Exhibit? Are you there yet, Ms. Walker?
Yes, I got it.
What is Exhibit 93?
It's an email from Britt to our marketing communications department.
And you were copied on this email?
Yes.
All right. Now, there are pictures of models on pages 2 and I think 5 of this document. Do you know if either of these 2 photos were ever used in any advertising for the Silk Elements mix-up product?
Yes, I believe they were.
Were you involved in the decision to use this model?
I approved it. I mean, I didn't pick her out, but I approved her.
And you were asked in your deposition if the model looks like any photos you've seen of Ms. Levy, and you said there's some similarities there. They have curly hair and mixed-race skin. Do you think this model looks like Ms. Levy?
No.
Do you think that there are similarities between this model and anyone else who has worked at Sally Beauty Supply?
Well, Kathy Hollenberg.
And why does Kathy Hollenberg look like this model?
Because she has the same hair type, curly hair, and a lighter skin color.
And after the portion of your deposition that was played earlier, did you talk about Ms. Hollenberg in your deposition looking similar also?
Yes, I did.
Do you think that consumers would be confused by the use of this model into believing that this is Ms. Levy?
No.
Do you believe that consumers would be confused by the use of this model in advertising for the mixed silk products into believing that the mixed silk products are the mixed chicks products?
No.
All right, I just have a couple more questions for you. Did Sally Beauty intend in any of its design choices related to the mixed silk products, did it intend to confuse consumers into believing that those products were the mixed chicks products?
No.
And with any of its design choices, did Sally Beauty intend to mislead consumers into believing that the mixed silk products are associated in any way with mixed chicks or its products?
No.
Are you aware of any consumer who has reported to Sally Beauty that they have been confused into believing that the mixed silk products are the mixed chicks products?
No, I haven't heard of any.
And are you aware of any consumers who have reported to Sally Beauty that they have been confused into believing that the mixed silk products are in any way associated with mixed chicks or its products?
I'm sorry. Repeat the question.
Yeah, are you aware of any consumers who have reported to Sally Beauty that they've been confused into believing that the mixed silk products are somehow associated either with Mixed Chicks, the company, or with its products?
No, I haven't.
Right. And if any meaningful confusion along any of these lines had happened, as Vice President of Marketing, would you expect that confusion would have been brought to your attention?
Yes, I'm sure the stores and TMs would have brought it up.
And when you say TMs, what do you mean by TMs?
Territory managers. They report in volumes every month.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. I have no further questions.
Ms. Walker, we haven't formally met, although I think we've met in the hallway. Mr. Wexler took your deposition. My name is Ken Parker. I guess I'd like to start where Mr. Stewart left off. Your territorial managers and district managers report up everything they see and hear from the stores?
Not everything. They hear it more than once. They usually talk about it.
You know that's uniform across the country then? What you just said, if they hear it more than once and they report it up?
I don't know that it's uniform, no.
And those reports, those monthly reports, they weren't produced in this litigation, were they?
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
And
the objection is?
The objection is they're not produced unless they're requested.
All right.
Redirect to me.
And the answer was, I don't know. So, the objection to the question is sustained. We need more background if we're going to get into productions.
Did you review those monthly reports to determine whether they, from the trade, the territory managers and the district managers, to see if they mentioned mixed chicks or mixed silk?
Not especially for that. I mean, I review them every month when they come in.
And those are the same monthly reports in which you learned that prior to introducing mixed silk that mixed chicks was in demand in stores, right?
I don't know. I don't remember particularly where I heard that.
You don't remember receiving reports from your district managers and territory managers asking to stock mixed chicks or a comparative product for mixed chicks?
No, I don't know.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 846, Ms. Walker, which is Sally Beauty's annual report, please. And that's in evidence, Your Honor, pursuant to our stipulation today. Do you recognize the annual report? Back of that notebook.
Yes.
And let's take a look at page 13. There's a paragraph, I believe it's the second paragraph in that annual report. And you mentioned the store in New Orleans. It is correct, is it not, that store chain or group of stores was purchased by Alberto Culver in 1969?
Correct.
And how many stores did Sally Beauty have when you joined the company?
100.
It's gotten bigger since?
Yes.
All right, and let's take a look at page 46 of the annual report. And I just want that first sentence, Mr. Vaughn. Now, this lawsuit was filed
Objection, Your Honor.
in...
Just a moment. The objection is?
Calls for a legal conclusion. This is a legal conclusion of the officers of the company, or of the legal department of the company.
I don't hear a pending question. Do you think your question will implicate legal conclusion?
I think I can ask questions without implicating.
I would note that, I've been in this situation before. You know, you have the exhibit in evidence. Sometimes the best way is just use it in closing. But if you want to struggle with this witness, go ahead.
And I noticed there's a date in that sentence there, Ms. Walker, September 30th, 2011. You see that date?
Yes.
And actually, there's a phrase, as of September 30th, 2011. You see that?
Right.
This lawsuit was filed in March 2011, correct?
I don't know the exact date it was filed.
Right. Do you recall that this lawsuit was filed?
Just a moment. The answer is I don't recall. The objection is?
Yeah, that's on relevance grounds. Whether this is material or not has nothing to do with the claims in this lawsuit.
Goes to punitive damages, Your Honor.
I don't think that goes to punitive. Punitive is just you can establish what the financial capacity of the company is for punitive. This is not necessary.
The objection is overruled.
So my question was, do you recall, you had said you don't know, do you recall that Mixed Chicks filed its lawsuit within about a month or two of the introduction of the mixed silk product?
Yes.
And the product was put on the shelves in January 2011 and officially launched in February 2011. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's take a look at page 17, Ms. Walker, of the annual report, and there's a listing of things called risk factors. Excuse me, page 29. I was referring to the wrong page number. Page 29 of the exhibit. And there's an item called Item 1A, and Mr. Vaughn, I just want that first sentence. And it says, the following describes risks that we believe to be material to our business. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, and then within that section, on page 31, there's a reference to companies. The sentence begins during the fiscal year 2011. If you could just grab that sentence. Keep going, Mr. Vaughn, right there. There you got it. And can you make that bigger, Mr. Vaughn? So that says, during the fiscal year 2011, our 5 largest suppliers were Procter & Gamble, Co., or P&G, the Professional Products Division of L'Oreal USA, SD, Inc., or L'Oreal, Conair Corporation, John Paul Mitchell Systems, and Shiseido Cosmetics America. Did I read that right?
Yes.
All right, and then it continues, and accounted for approximately 42% of our consolidated merchandise purchases. So those 5 companies, which include L'Oreal, make up 42% of your merchandise purchases?
I think that's for the whole corporation.
All right, including the sister corporation?
Yes.
All right, but your company, your subsidiary, Sally Beauty Systems, buys a lot of L'Oreal products, right?
Objection, but just for clarification, Sally Beauty Supply, not Sally Beauty Systems.
Rephrase.
Sally Beauty Systems buys a lot of L'Oreal products, right?
Same objection.
Overruled.
I'm not sure what we buy in L'Oreal since I don't buy them.
Well, you testified about some L'Oreal products, but you don't know how much you buy?
I don't know the dollar amount, no.
So you don't know anything about the dollar amount bought of the Kerastase products that are sitting up there?
No.
Right, and you don't know anything about the dollar amount overall that are bought of L'Oreal?
No.
But you know that your sister corporation, which is part of Sally Beauty Holdings, at least in 2011, had a contract with L'Oreal.
Correct.
All right, and that's something that's well known within the company, correct?
Right.
All right. So let's take a look. I want to take a look at a few things. Oh, I'm sorry. One last thing in the annual report on page 18 under the heading Merchandise. And when I say page 18, I'm referring to those big black numbers on the lower right-hand corner. There's a sentence that says, Sally Beauty Supply manages each category by product and by SKU and uses centrally developed Plano guides to maintain a consistent merchandise presentation across its store base. And then it says, open parentheses, primarily in the U.S. and Canada, close parentheses. Did I read that right?
Correct.
All right, so what's a Plano guide?
A Plano guide is like a planogram. We just always called it Plano guide because it was more of a guide than an absolute gram like a lot of stores enforce.
All right, and you got to help me there because I don't understand what a planogram is either.
It's like a plan to set your store. That's why I call it planogram. It's a visual plan to set your store with merchandise.
All right, and it is true, is it not, that Sally Beauty tries to maintain consistency across stores?
Yes.
All right, so let's take a look at, we've talked about these products that Mr. Stewart put up on the shelves. Let's take a look at Exhibit 745 in your binder, and that's the unobjected to, and I'd like to move it in, Your Honor. Or it's already in pursuant to our STIP.
Objection is submitted.
Okay, so and is that the, you've got some CaraPro products. Are those the CaraPro products up there on the screen?
Yes.
And the same ones the jury's looking at?
Yes, correct.
All right. What's that thing, what's that strip on the shelf below the CaraPro products?
It's the graphic strip that we have in some areas of our store that we put marketing copy on.
And in this case, the marketing copy is compared to L'Oreal Kerastase and Save, correct?
Correct.
All right. And would you agree with me that the words compared to are as prominent as the lowercase letters in the words L'Oreal and Kerastase?
Yes.
And they're in the same color, white, with the same level of boldness or lack of boldness between compared to and the words L'Oreal Kerastase. You agree?
Yes.
All right. Let's take a look at exhibit, and we've already established that these products are compared to products to L'Oreal products as the shelf talk. Is that called a shelf talker sometimes?
No, it's a shelf strip. It's a graphic strip.
Shelf strip. All right. Those are pre-printed by Sally Beauty and shipped out to stores to slide into shelves underneath products like that, right?
Correct.
Are those on the Plano guide?
Yes.
Now, let's take a look at Exhibit 746. All right. Now, this one...
I'm sorry. Hold on a second.
Sure. And
I
believe this is unobjected to, Your Honor, and I'd like to move it.
I don't have 746.
You're right, Ms. Walker. You don't, because it's a late ad. We do have an agreement among counsel that I can show it to you on the screen unless they want me to get you a copy of it.
Without objection, 746 is in.
All right. So these are the BioLodge products you were talking about, right?
Correct.
Okay. And BioLodge are compared to products. By the way, have you ever heard compared to products called knockoffs?
Probably, yeah.
And these products, whether you call them knockoffs or compared to, are intended to evoke similarities with the Matrix products, right? Products, correct?
Yes.
All right. So and that's another shelf strip, right?
Correct.
Pre-printed, shipped out to the stores on the Plano guide, right?
Correct.
All right. What does it say?
It says Bioterra compared to Matrix, BioLodge, and Save.
All right. Now, in this case, the word compare to is in the same font as the lowercase letters in the words Matrix, BioLodge, correct?
It's in a bold font.
Well, it's in the same, okay, and I get your meaning. It's actually bold, whereas Matrix, BioLodge is not bold, correct?
Right.
And the size is identical to the lowercase. The size of compared to is identical to the lowercase letters in Matrix, BioLodge.
Correct.
All right. So let's take a look at 744, Exhibit 744. That may not be in your notebook either, and I apologize if it's not.
Right.
So that will be up on the screen shortly, and it is also unobjected to. I'd like to move that in, Your Honor.
Without objection, is submitted.
All right. So this is the So Gorgeous, at least the bottles are the So Gorgeous bottles, right? That you were talking about earlier?
Yes.
Okay, so those are on the screen. And Mr. Bond, can you grab that shelf strip? All right. Are you able to read, are you able to find the compared to language on that shelf strip?
It's next to the So Gorgeous logo.
Okay, so there is compared to on that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to try to follow the bouncing ball here. BioLodge is a L'Oreal product.
Correct.
Right? We just looked at the shelf strips on those. Kerastase is a L'Oreal product.
Correct.
Okay, and we looked at the shelf strips on those. Are the words and Big Sexy Hair is the product that So Gorgeous compares to, correct?
Yes.
Big Sexy Hair is not made by L'Oreal, correct?
I don't think they own them yet.
Meaning L'Oreal buys a lot of companies, right? Okay, I get you. And by the way, L'Oreal bought Matrix within the past 2, 3, 4 years.
It's longer ago than that, yeah.
Okay. But I noticed on Matrix's website, and since you're familiar, you know, they still kind of act like a freestanding company. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, getting back on track, Big Sexy Hair is not owned by L'Oreal.
I don't believe so.
All right. And would you characterize the words compared to on that shelf strip as more prominent or less prominent than on the 2 shelf strips we just looked at for the L'Oreal products?
Less prominent.
Right. Less prominent. Now, let's take a look at Exhibit 843. All right, so this is a Sally Beauty document. It's in evidence. And you recognize the mixed silk products there?
Yes.
You see a shelf strip underneath them?
Yes.
Okay, does it say anything about mixed silk?
No.
In fact, it talks about my eyes are bad, Biolage product, correct?
Yes, it was a product we were discontinuing.
And in fact, there is no compare to shelf strip for the mixed silk products, correct?
No.
Did I get that right?
Correct. At least not in this picture. I don't know if we actually did one or not.
All right, there's certainly not one in the product, and so there's not one in that picture, Exhibit 843. And by the way, well, actually, I've asked enough about that. I think you answered my next question. You don't know one way or the other, apparently, whether there actually is a printed shelf strip that says compare to mixed chicks for the mixed silk products.
This particular strip is in the general market section of our planner guide, and no, I'm not certain that there's anything on the new one that's out in the stores now that would still have underneath mixed silk.
All right, and
we just recently changed all those strips.
Okay. All right, let's look at the Selsum Blue graphic that Mr. Stewart was looking at with you. All right, so this is the Selsum Blue graphic. What's on the top of that Equate bottle on the graphic? Can you see that?
I think it says compared to Selsum Blue, medicated dandruff shampoo.
Okay. What brand name is highest on the Equate bottle?
Selsum Blue.
On the Equate bottle, what's highest? What brand name is highest on the Equate bottle? Oh, I see, the compared to label. Okay, I got it. And below that, the Equate is there?
Correct.
All right. And Selsum Blue, although it appears on the Equate bottle, is in the red label next to compare to in the same font as the words compare to?
Correct.
And does that Selsum Blue bottle have the word does that Selsum Blue, other than in the compare to phrase, does it have Selsum Blue in the label?
I don't know. I can't read it.
And, well, you certainly don't see it, do you, in what you can read?
Mm-mm.
All right, Mr. Vaughn, why don't you enlarge that for Ms. Walker? All right, other than in the compare to phrase, does the word Selsum Blue appear on that bottle?
No, not on the front.
All right. Now, Equate, do you know anything about Equate, the company, or the company that makes that brand?
I believe it's Walmart, and it's their private label brand. They use various manufacturers to manufacture it.
Do you know whether Walmart sells in Canada?
I'm sorry?
Do you know whether Walmart sells in Canada, whether it has stores in Canada?
They have stores in Canada, yes.
Now, I totally understand, being someone who specializes in the world of trademark law, that certain countries don't allow the use of compare to. I suppose an undue editorial comment is I can't quite understand those laws. But in any event, why is it, isn't it possible, Ms. Walker, to put compare to on bottles that ship into Sally Beauty stores in the United States and then leave it off of bottles that ship to Canada?
We don't have separate inventory for various countries. We sell Our private label products are basically produced to sell in Canada, U.S., and Mexico.
And that's by your choice, right? You label them and look at the legal regulations in those countries, and you make an inventory decision that you want to sell into those 3 countries, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so once you've made that decision, for example, this Equate product, don't you think it's fair to say as a business person that Walmart has made a decision that they're going to have different labeling in the United States?
Objection, Foundation.
Overruled.
Walmart sells a lot more product than we do. We have 92 stores in Canada, so it wouldn't be economically feasible for us to have separate inventories.
All right. And yet you sell, and this is particular one is Exhibit 168, and yet you've made the economic decision at Sally Beauty to sell this product in the United States but not Canada. Am I right?
Yes.
All right. You've made that economic decision in order to comply with the law of the country within which the products are sold. Is that fair?
Yes.
So that's correct.
That is correct.
Okay.
We have very recent discussions on that particular fact.
All right. Let's take a look at Exhibit 246. Which is unobjected to, Your Honor, and I'd like to move into evidence.
Without objection, it's submitted.
And before I dive into that document, let me ask you a question about back bar products. Do back bar products always have pumps?
No.
So sometimes, so how do you know what a back bar product is?
It's generally a larger size. It's
Right,
used at the back bar, 33 ounce up, or larger. Sometimes it's, 30 ounce.
Is it your testimony that consumers never buy 33-ounce bottles for home use?
No.
All right, let's take a look at this Exhibit 246. First of all, on page 3 at the bottom, there's a date.
Oh, I thought we were at 246.
Mr. Vaughn, because I'm getting older and more blind. So you see that date, August 31st, 2011 on Exhibit 246?
Yes.
All right, so August of last year. Let's take a look at page 10 of Exhibit 246. All right, and by the way, this is a model that Mr. Stewart was asking you about, or it is a picture of the model that Mr. Stewart was talking about, correct?
I believe it's the same model, yes.
All right, and you see the mixed silk logo up there on the ad?
Yes.
All right, do the words compare to appear anywhere in this document?
No.
All right, and so that was as of August 2011. Let's take a look at the bottom of this page. And grab that Proclaim, Mr. Vaughn, and maybe you don't know what a Proclaim bottle is, but it's the green one in the middle of the bottom. There you go. Grab it. All right. Is that a 32-ounce bottle?
Thick olive oil?
Yeah.
8.5 ounce, I believe.
All right, let me get to the right one.
It says it's an 8.5 ounce.
All right, so I apologize, Mr. Vaughn and Ms. Walker. Over on the left, there's some red bottles. All right, and those are 32-ounce bottles, right?
Correct.
All right, so if I understand your testimony correctly, those might be called back bar, but they might be purchased either for retail use by a customer at home or for back bar use, right?
Sure. Sure.
All right, so let's step back, because I'm really intrigued by this compare to issue. To Exhibit 625.
All right, how much longer with this witness?
I've got about 10 or 15 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay, then we should break now. So, but let's get this down. 625, was that what you identified?
Yes, Your Honor, and it's unobjected to, and I'd like to move it in.
Admitted without objection, and we just created a cliffhanger, counsel, that everyone wants to know, or not. Let's come back in 15 minutes at 3:15. Thank you.
All right.
All right, by the way, folks, we were just talking to counsel. I always want to keep you folks updated, and tomorrow will be 8 to 1:30, so make sure you have enough fuel in you to get you through to 1:30, and we'll probably take 2 short breaks between 8 and 1:30, and then at 1:30 you'll be gone until the following Tuesday. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Walker, isn't it true that Sally Beauty has no policy, oral or written, that you're aware of regarding the use of compare to for a Sally brand to compare to a non-Sally brand?
We have no policy, no.
All right, so you have no policy, but you're testifying today that the reason that compare to was not put on the mixed silk bottle was because you wanted to be able to ship it into Canada?
Yes.
And isn't it true that the reason you create compare to brands is because the brand you're comparing to are popular with consumers?
Yes.
And in fact, Mixed Chicks, at the time that Sally Beauty decided to make mixed silk, was a popular brand in the mixed race space.
Yes.
And to be clear, a product doesn't have to have any similarities to the popular national brand to be a compare to product, right?
Correct.
Sally Beauty created the similarities that exist to try to create initial interest in the mind of the consumer between the two products, right?
I guess you could say that, yes.
Right. Same thing with So Gorgeous and Big Sexy Hair?
Yes.
All right, let's go back to Exhibit 625, which we left on a cliffhanger, liberally using the term. Page 1 of Exhibit 625 in the upper left-hand corner, there's a date there. It's September 2011. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, so this is September of last year. And then we're going to page 7. Okay, and by the way, is this a pro flyer or an in-store flyer? Can you tell?
It looks like the in-store flyer.
All right, so it's the flyer that's close to the door when people walk in like a little wire holder or some kind of holder?
Correct.
All right, and so I'm looking at the top here. There's, under the heading Big Savings, there's a bunch of bottles there. And I see a product called Volumax, and it says compare to Vavoom.
Correct.
Right, and then we got your BioTerra. We've already talked about those. Compared to Biolage.
Correct.
And by the way, are you aware that BioTerra and Biolage come in liter sizes?
Yes.
All right, and those are sold at retail?
Yes.
All right, and then you got your CarePro on the right.
Yes.
And that says compared to L'Oreal Kerastase. And then you even got down below those products, you've got a product called Argan Oil or Argan Oil. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's, there you go, Mr. Vaughn, right there. Is it Argan Oil or Argan Oil?
We call it Argan.
All right, and that's compared to Moroccan oil?
Yes.
All right. Now, I guess this flyer didn't go to Canada?
I don't know.
All right, well...
They have different versions.
Oh, different versions. Okay, so you make one for the United States and one for Canada?
Yes.
All right, doesn't that cost money to do the two different versions?
I'm sure there's an upcharge on it, but it's something we've always done. We do it for a lot of other areas also.
All right, so somebody, probably Ms. Owen's department, has to go to the trouble to put compare to on the U.S. in-store flyers and make sure that compare to is not on the Canadian in-store flyers, right?
Yes.
All right, and that's Edie Owen, who is in advertising?
Correct.
All right, so let's take a look at page 10. You've got your mixed silk collection up here, and we'll grab that. All right, is that one of the mixed silk products? We're on page 10. You can look at the screen if it helps. I represent to you that is page 10. And is that one of the mixed silk products?
Correct.
And did the words compare to Mixed Chicks appear anywhere?
No.
And next to that, there's some Proclaim products. Are those also liter-sized Proclaim products?
Some of, yeah, the two green bottles are liters, I believe.
Sold at retail?
Yes.
All right.
They can be sold at retail, yes.
So you're aware, and I think it's well established in this case, that there was an initial compare to advertisement in February 2011 correct?
Correct.
And then Sally Beauty never used the words compared to in a in-store flyer or pro flyer ever again. Do I have that right?
I'm not positive of that, no.
All right. Have you seen any evidence to the contrary?
No.
All right, so let's take a look at Exhibit 617. You can pull that up, please, Mr. Vaughn. And this is a June 2011 ad. You see there it's got the products depicted, and there's no compare to?
Correct.
All right, and then again, over on the right-hand side, I see a Silk Elements Mega Silk bottle. That's a liter-sized bottle, right? The green one in the back?
Yes, that's the professional size relaxer and the liter size neutralizing shampoo.
All right, and in fact, if you look to your left, there's a lime green Silk Elements bottle on the ledge there. What exhibit number is that?
150.
All right, and so exhibit 150, that is Silk Elements Mega Silk, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you testified earlier that you thought Mega Silk, Mixed Silk makes sense, but the name of that product is Silk Elements Mega Silk, right?
Correct.
And can you show exhibit 150, please, Mr. Vaughn, and blow it up? And the logo, Silk Elements, is above the Mega Silk?
Correct.
All right, and that does that not come off the tongue correctly? Silk Elements Mega Silk? It sounds okay, right?
Yeah.
Right. Let's talk about the trademark. You mentioned the trademark. Let's look again at Exhibit 842, and I'm referring to the Mixed Silk trademark. And if you could pull it up, it's at 842. Sure.
I don't have 842.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's some things that aren't in my binder because Mr. Stewart brought them up, and I don't have them in the binder. You find 842 for me, Mr. Wexler, in hard copy, please. Let's move on to Exhibit 354, which is in your binder. And Mr. Vaughn, let's go ahead and go to Exhibit 354.
All right, 354.
Here, I'd like to move it into evidence. All right, and so I understand that the Trademark Office created or gave a trademark to Sally Beauty. Can you look at page 8 of Exhibit 354, please?
Actually, let me just say, without objection, it's in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead. All right, and do you recognize a search on page 8? You see some search strings there?
Yes,
right.
I've never seen this before.
Okay, and now down at the bottom there is a line that says session started 11/19/2009, 2:22:36 p.m., and then it says session finished 11/19/2009, 3:31:08 p.m., and then 2 lines below that it says session duration 68 minutes, 32 seconds.
Correct.
All right. So do you have any reason to believe that the examiner searched the term mixed silk for any other confusing terms for more than 68 minutes, 32 seconds?
Objection, Foundation.
Objection is sustained.
All right. And you've already testified, have you not, that the mixed silk product hit the shelves in January 2009, correct?
No, 2011.
Excuse me, 2011. Thank you. And when it hit the shelves, there was an issue with the flaking in the conditioner, right?
Yes.
And so you had to pull some off the shelves and replace it, right?
Correct.
And some of that product was sold before you were able to pull it off the shelves, right?
Correct.
All right. To your left, I have, on the far left, the mixed chicks deep conditioner and the mixed silk deep conditioner. Do you see those?
Yes.
And can you just name the exhibit numbers?
Mixed silk is 153, and mixed chicks is 156.
All right. And so 156 is the mixed chicks product. Ms. Truong had a sample of the mixed chicks deep conditioner exhibit 156 in her office when she was designing the mixed silk products, right?
I saw it after she had designed it.
Okay, so when you testified earlier with Mr. Stewart that you saw samples in Ms. Truong's office, those are samples that you saw after she designed the product?
Yes.
All right, so after she designed the products, and was it after the products hit the market?
No.
So after she designed the products, but before they hit the market, you saw the samples in her office, and one of the samples was the mixed chicks deep conditioner, right?
I believe it was there.
Okay. Now, does Sally Beauty ever discontinue products?
All the time.
And does Sally Beauty ever change the labeling on products?
Occasionally, yes.
And does Sally Beauty ever change the bottle design of products?
Yes. Yeah. Well, update a product that's been out for 4, 5, 6 years.
And in fact, you're aware, are you not, that there are services inside the United States and elsewhere outside the United States that will actually rebottle products for you for a fee. You're aware of that, right?
I don't understand what you're saying.
You're aware that you could take, for example, that mixed silk deep conditioner and have it rebottled in another jar at a facility for a fee. You're aware of that, right?
No, I'm not, because it's not something we'd ever do.
Not something you would do. All right, so I understand your testimony. You hadn't seen those liter sizes when you introduced the mixed silk products, but my question is, and there's 2 mixed chicks liter sizes sitting up there on the bar. Can you identify those exhibits, please?
774 is the leave-in, and 154 is the shampoo.
Okay, and 774 and 154?
Correct.
All right, and you saw those in 2011, right?
I don't think I ever saw them to 2012, but I'm not positive.
Now, you're here as a representative of Sally Beauty in this litigation, right?
Correct.
All right, so the lawsuit was filed in March 2011, correct?
Yes.
And you're telling me you've never looked at liter-sized bottles of mixed chicks?
Objection.
Excuse me. You're telling me that that until the end of 2011, that during 2011 you never looked at the liter bottles of mixed chicks?
Well, as far as I know, we didn't have the liter bottles, and I didn't go to their website.
All right, so you didn't go look?
I didn't go look. I did not go to their website and look. No.
Didn't you feel it appropriate in light of the claims that mixed chicks had brought, that you should investigate those claims and determine whether you personally believe that there was an issue about infringement between the trade dress of the mixed chicks liter-sized bottles and the mixed silk?
Well, again, I was only familiar with the 10-ounce bottles, so I didn't even think about that they would have a larger size.
Oh, I'm sorry, and I'm not asking if you thought about it prior to the lawsuit was being filed. You read the complaint that got filed in this case, right?
Right before my deposition, I read it. Yes.
And when were you deposed, ma'am?
In 2012.
So when you were deposed, so before that, you never read the complaint until about a week before your deposition?
That's correct.
All right. So what kind of investigation did you conduct into mixed chicks claims then, when the lawsuit was filed?
I didn't conduct anything other than what the legal department advised me to do.
And isn't it true, Ms. Walker, that you just decided that you would just keep on selling, regardless of what mixed chicks thought about the infringement? Isn't that fair?
It wasn't totally my decision as to what we were going to do.
All right. Now, I heard your testimony earlier that about a couple of emails. One of them was Exhibit 42. And hold on there, Mr. Vaughn. I can see your fingers working already. And if I understand the testimony correctly, your team, which included you and Ms. Truong, and I guess who else? A team was considering a mixed-race product. So let me ask you the question. Who amongst that team was considering that mixed-race product?
Britt, myself, and Renee.
All right. What about Nori Carcieri?
I mean, he would be really involved in the private label part of it. No.
Mr. Carcieri?
He buys all the products, but he's mainly concerned with the branded area of the multicultural category.
And Mr. Carcieri was aware. He told you that Mixed Chicks was in demand, right?
He probably told Britt that. He didn't tell me that.
And I just want to know what you heard. So did Mr. Carcieri ever tell you that Mixed Chicks had high brand recognition in the mixed race space?
I don't think Nori and I have ever had a conversation on it.
You've never had a conversation with Mr. Carcieri about Mixed Chicks?
No.
Okay. So regardless of that, so your team, Ms. Truong, Ms. Reynolds, yourself, and I'm sorry, did you mention Ms. Jones in that team?
No, I didn't mention her at the time. I'm not sure when she joined the team.
And so you had this mixed race product under consideration for a long time?
Yes.
Okay, 2 to 3 years before you decided on a comparative.
Well, we were looking at into the market, mixed race, natural hair products for people that wanted to wear their hair natural.
All right.
Not just mixed race.
Okay, so and for the record, the mixed silk product, I think by your testimony, is intended for people of mixed race or people with naturally curly hair, right? It's not limited to mixed race people.
It's
right?
not, no.
And so here's my question. You've already testified about Exhibit 42 and calling it our Mixed Chicks because there was nothing else to call it. What did you call it the 2 or 3 years before when you were considering the product but hadn't decided to knock off Mixed Chicks?
Objection, Your Honor. It's characterized as testimony, characterizing evidence. Move to strike.
Listen carefully to the question. Can you answer it?
Would you repeat the question?
It's the question that had the objection to it, Your Honor.
It's an objection what?
The objection is to the question, to the form of the question.
And the objection is?
Your Honor, he's characterizing the evidence in his question.
And if she doesn't like the characterization, she may so respond.
Okay, all right, thank you, Your Honor.
I'm not sure what we called it. We were looking at products for people that wanted to wear their hair natural in the multicultural category.
Are you aware, Ms. Walker, that for a period of time when consumers went on Sally Beauty's website and typed in the phrase mixed chicks, they would receive a search result that showed the mixed silk product?
Yes, I heard that.
Right. And you're also aware you had the big sexy hair and so gorgeous products up there. The national brand is Big Sexy Hair. Neither the word big nor the word sexy nor the word hair appears, neither the word big nor the word sexy appears on your So Gorgeous Compare To product, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Ron.
All right, thank you.
Busting with some big notebooks here. Ms. Walker, you were at the outset of Mr. Parker's Cross asked some questions about the annual report, and that was Exhibit 846. Do you still have that exhibit there? And if you would turn to page 4 of that exhibit.
Okay.
And in the first bullet point on page 4 of Exhibit 846, does it say what Sally Beauty's annual sales were in 2011?
Yes.
What were they?
Consolidated sales grew from $2.5 billion in fiscal 07 to $3.3 in fiscal 2011.
The $3.3 billion in sales in fiscal year 2011, is that right?
Correct.
And then on page 46, you were asked some questions.
and Mr. Parker read you a line saying there were no material legal proceedings pending against our subsidiaries. You don't have any involvement, do you, in the decision of what gets reported as material or not in the annual report of the company, do you?
No.
And so you don't know how the decision was made about what the company considers material or not?
No.
All right. Now, there were some questions asked about L'Oreal and Biolage and Bioterra. My question for you is this. Was the Bioterra line in existence when L'Oreal bought the Biolage line?
Yes.
Right. So that pre-existed L'Oreal?
Yes, it did.
All right. And was that a compare-to product before L'Oreal bought it?
Yes.
All right. You know, the subject of this manufacturing defect in the leave-in condition has come up a couple of times, and so I just have a couple of questions, and I just want to make sure I understand this. Have there ever been any manufacturing problems with the mixed silk shampoo?
No.
Have there ever been any manufacturing problems with the mixed silk deep conditioner?
No.
And since that initial manufacturing problem, and that was in January of 2011, is that right?
Correct.
Since then, have there been any manufacturing problems with the mixed silk leave-in conditioner?
No.
How quickly was that problem discovered?
As soon as it was reported, to us.
And do you know how quickly that was after the product launch?
It was before the product launch. It was when it first shipped into the stores. I would say within a week or so after the stores received it.
Okay, so the product had not launched when this problem was discovered?
I don't believe so, no.
And were the products pulled before the product launch?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And do you know how many sales of the product there were before the products were pulled?
I remember pulling it up, looking at or either that or Britt sent it to us, but it wasn't a lot. It was 3,000 or 5,000 probably.
Okay. And when the products were pulled from the shelves, what did you do with that product?
We contacted the manufacturer to have them take the warehouse product back, and then we advised the stores to destroy the product.
And did you get new product in for the product launch?
Yes.
Were there any problems with that product?
No.
Right. And no problems again after that?
No.
Now, you were shown some photographs of advertising, and Edie Owen's name came up along the way. Who is Edie Owen?
She's the creative director in the marketing communications department.
And is she involved with Sally Beauty's advertising?
Yes.
And is she involved with advertising? You were shown Exhibit 617, for example.
Uh-huh.
One of many.
Right.
Is Edie Owen involved in the creation of this advertising?
Yes.
And if we wanted to know why particular advertising included or didn't include certain things, would Edie Owen be the person to go to talk to about that?
Yes, she should probably know.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just a few more, Your Honor. We're close. I sympathize. But I heard
for a living, I don't.
I heard 3,000 to 5,000 products recalled and replaced. Is that correct? Or sorry, 3,000 to 5,000 sold before they were recalled?
Yes.
Okay, and there's some confusion. I just want to make sure because I was confused for a long time. When you say launch, you mean publicizing the product. There are products on the shelf before the launch, right?
Yes, usually is.
Okay, and so the launch was in February, but there were products on the shelves in January.
Usually the stores will put them up on the shelves as soon as they receive the product, or as soon as they receive instructions where to put them.
All right, let me ask you about advertising. The advertising department gets. Well, let me back up. There's these meetings called turn-in meetings. Does that ring a bell?
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope of redirect.
Goes to advertising and Ms. Owen's role, Your Honor, that he just addressed.
I'm going to sustain it at this point unless you can make a better showing.
All right. Ms. Walker, the merchandising department, and your role is marketing, but in particular the merchandising department, they give direction to the advertising department as to what type of ads to run, correct?
They give direction as to what the items are going to be, the pricing, and what vehicle they would like to see them in, yes.
Okay, and in fact, you understood, didn't you, in 2011 that, for example, with the 2-woman ad, it was Ms. Truong, not Ms. Owen, that made the decision to put 2 mixed-race women in the initial.
That's what she
profile.
requested, yes.
All right, Ms. Truong requested it.
I believe so, yes.
And Ms. Owen complied, correct?
Yes.
All right, so you track, as the manager of house brands, you track advertising that occurs for your house brands, right?
What do you mean by track?
Well, you keep track of the content and when it goes out and so forth?
Well, yeah, I keep copies of all the ads.
All right, so aren't you knowledgeable about that subject? About what's in the ads?
Yes, yes.
Right.
I review the ads.
All right, and you have a retail responsibility too. Aren't you familiar with the shelf strips that go under the products that are under your purview, like Silk Elements?
We don't have any strips under Silk Elements per se. The ones that you showed earlier were in the general hair care section, and they were old strips that hadn't been changed out of a discontinued brand.
Okay.
And we placed Silk Elements there because there was a hole in the planogram.
Oh, I see. That was the Biolage strip we were talking about?
No, it was a quash strip.
Quash strip. All right, and just to be clear, you haven't had those type of compare strips under the Silk Elements line?
No.
No further questions, Ron?
Just I'll set our record for the most number of times back and forth with a witness, but I just have one question. Do you have any, do you know if some of the people who bought the leave-in, the mixed silk leave-in conditioner before the formal launch were Sally Beauty employees?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. No further questions.
I'll resist the temptation, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can I clarify that?
Clarify your last answer?
Yeah.
All right.
We actually...
Hold on just a moment.
I'd probably prefer you not.
Okay. He prefers that you not.
Okay.
Do you have any further questions?
I do have a question. What were you about to say, Ms. Walker? Go ahead.
We offer our employees sampling on new products from time to time. So they could have gotten that product as their sample. They have to ring it in as a sale, and they ring in a coupon. They get it for nothing. So actually they did buy it, but they have a coupon where they get it for nothing, get it for free.
Glad Mr. Parker asked you that question.
I haven't given up.
Oh, sorry.
No further questions, Ron.
I had no further questions.
All right, then. Get down quick. All right, the defense will call the next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Dawn Watkins. Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure you may.
And raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. I do. Thank you. So be seated, please. And if you'll state and spell your first and last name.
Dawn Watkins, DAWN WATKINS.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Watkins.
Hi.
Where do you currently reside, Ms. Watkins?
Allen, Texas.
And did you attend college?
Yes, I did. I attended Baylor University, and I have a degree in fine arts and a minor in business.
Okay, what's your profession, Ms. Watkins?
I'm a graphic designer,
And how long have you been a graphic designer, Ms. Watkins?
about 12 years.
And can you tell the jury what is a graphic designer? What does a graphic designer do?
Yes, I provide design services for people and companies doing their advertising or promotions.
And where are you currently employed, Ms. Watkins?
I work at Briley Design Group.
Do you also own your own business?
Yes, I do.
And what's that business called?
Dawn Watkins Design.
At some point you were employed by Sally Beauty, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
When did you first begin working either for Sally Beauty or with Sally Beauty to provide some of your design services?
I started working with Sally Beauty in 2007 through a design firm, and then when I opened Dawn Watkins Design in 2009, then Sally Beauty started coming directly to me, and then in December of 2010, I got hired by Sally Beauty directly.
Are you currently still at Sally Beauty?
No, I'm not.
When did you leave Sally Beauty?
I left Sally Beauty in June of this year. I had my second baby, and so I ended up leaving to take a part-time job and somewhere closer to home.
Do you still work for Sally Beauty through Dawn Watkins Designs?
No, I do not. They had to hire somebody to take my place there.
Now, what positions did you hold when you were actually at Sally Beauty?
I was a graphic artist, and then I was promoted to creative art design manager.
In those roles, what were you responsible for? What were your job responsibilities at Sally Beauty?
I was responsible with working with the brand managers and coming up with packaging concepts and logos and designs for flat irons, stuff like that.
Did you work on any products in the multicultural category while you were employed at Sally Beauty?
Yes, I had limited experience with multicultural products, but yes.
What sort of experience? Could you elaborate that a little bit?
Mainly, a lot of the brands were already established, so I worked on revisions and just changing up existing packaging already.
Now, did you actually design the logo for the Milk Silk products?
Yes, I did.
Did you design the labels used on the Milk Silk products?
Yes, I did.
Okay. If you do me a favor, there's a box at your feet with lots of products in there, and I apologize. If you could pull out for me the 3 mixed silk products, if you could.
Okay.
If could you put them up sort of on the shelf there to your left?
Right here?
Facing the jury. And then once you do that, if you could identify each of them for the record, what the name of the product is and then the exhibit number. They're already in evidence, but the exhibit number that's on the label.
Okay. This is the cleansing shampoo, exhibit number 152. This is the leave-in conditioner, exhibit 151. And the deep conditioner, nourishing deep conditioner, 153.
Okay. Now, looking at those products and the logo that you see on those products, was that the logo you designed?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And for the labels, were those the labels that you designed for those 3 products?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Let's back up a little bit for a second. Let's talk about how you got there.
Okay.
When were you first asked to work on the logo for the mixed silk products?
I believe it was May of 2010.
So this was when you were working as an independent contractor for Dawn Watkins Designs, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Who first contacted you about this project?
Britt Truong.
Had you previously worked with Ms. Truong before?
Yes, I had.
About how many times, do you recall?
Probably about 5 to 10 times.
Okay. Do you recall how she first contacted you about this project?
Yes, we had a phone call about a another project, and then at the end of the phone call, she said, oh, by the way, I have a compare to product that I'm coming out with. I'll send you an email about it.
Did she actually send you an email?
Yes, she did.
Now, at some point, did you learn that the mixed silk product or the project you'd be working on was going to be for a compare to product to mixed chicks?
Yes.
And when and how did you learn that?
Well, first, she said it was a compare to product on the phone and then in the email as well.
Okay. Prior to receiving that email, had you heard of mixed chicks before?
Yes, I had seen it in a salon.
Now, what were you asked actually to do for the mixed silk products?
I was asked to design a logo and then create the labels for the actual packaging.
To your recollection, at the time you were hired onto the project, had Sally Beauty already decided on the colors for the products and the types of packaging that were going to be used for the products?
Yes, they had.
Did you receive, for your project in terms of the instructions you received, did you receive much guidance, if any, from anyone at Sally Beauty on the designs you were supposed to create?
No, the logo design was entirely up to me.
How about for the packaging labels?
That was up to me as well.
Were you responsible for coming up with the copy that would go on those packaging labels?
No, that was provided to me by Britt Truong.
Now, when you were developing your logo, did anyone at Sally Beauty tell you what sort of stylistic elements you should consider for the logo, or what sort of elements you should emphasize in developing the logo?
No, they did not.
Were you told by anyone whether your logo design should look like the Mixed Chicks products or their logo in any way?
No, they did not.
Now, did you actually have any involvement in coming up with the name Mixed Silk itself?
No, I did not.
And that had already been adopted when you got hired onto the project?
Yes, that's correct.
Did anyone ever tell you why Sally Beauty chose the name Mixed Silk?
No.
Okay, Ms. Watkins, I want to refer you to Exhibit number 35. It's already in evidence, but it should be in the binder in front of you, in the black binder, as well as Mr. Malter is going to put it up on the screen.
Okay.
So you either can look at the video screen in front of you or look at the binder. And I want to direct your attention to the second paragraph in the below email.
Okay.
Now, this is an email from Ms. Truong to you with your response. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, looking at the second paragraph, you see a reference to the Mixed Chicks website. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
When you got this email from Ms. Truong, what did you understand her reference to inspired by Mixed Chicks to mean?
I understood it as a compare-to product that Sally was coming out with.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Could you push?
Yes, thank you. Excuse me, I was studying mine and not realizing.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you back there. Sorry.
So at the time you got this email, you'd already discussed this issue with Ms. Truong, correct?
Yes.
Did you actually go look at the Mixed Chicks website after you received this email?
I did look at the Mixed Chicks website, and I looked at other hair care product websites as well as multicultural websites to just get an idea of what the trends were and what was going on in that market.
Now, again, prior to working on this logo, had you designed a new logo from scratch, if you will, for a product in the multicultural category before this?
No, I had not.
Now, Ms. Truong uses the reference or the word inspired. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Did, after you reviewed the Mixed Chicks website, were you actually inspired in any way by anything you saw, either on the website or on their products?
No, I was not inspired. It was a point of reference for us to look at, and my logo turned out entirely different from Mixed Chicks.
So in developing your logo, did you intend for the logo you developed for the Mixed Silk products to look similar to the Mixed Chicks products or anything on their website at all?
No, I did not.
Now, Ms. Watkins, I want to turn your attention to Exhibit 107, if I could.
Okay.
I believe, again, Your Honor, 107 is already into evidence.
Go ahead.
Now, again, Ms. Watkins, whatever's easier for you, the binder in front of you or the screen, we have a series of emails, and I believe behind that several designs. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could, Ms. Watkins, identify for us, what are these designs?
These are all of the logo designs that I presented to Britt.
And how many designs ultimately were there?
7 designs.
Okay. So for these 7 different design ideas, did you select any elements for any of the designs you included in here based upon any of the elements you saw on either the Mixed Chicks website or any of its products when you visited the website?
No, I believe they're all entirely different.
We're referring to the last design in Exhibit 107 on the last page, if you could look at that one for me.
Okay.
Is this the logo that was ultimately selected and used?
Yes, it is.
What's what design element did you come up with for this particular logo design?
I used strands of hair for the I and mixed.
When you came up with this design, were you told to pick a particular font for the words mixed silk?
No, I was not.
Were you told to use particular colors?
Britt mentioned to me, I believe in an email, to use natural-looking colors.
And what did you understand natural colors to be?
Natural colors meant earth tones to me, browns, oranges, greens.
Now, when you were developing this logo, were you trying to be consistent with other products in the Silk Elements line?
No, this was a unique, special product that we were coming out with, so it needed to be different than the regular Silk Elements line.
Now, after you came up with the logo, presumably Sally Beauty approved it, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then after that, what did you do?
I then designed the labels to go on the actual products, and Britt Truong provided the measurements and die lines and copy for me to do that.
Okay. Well, Ms. Watkins, I want to refer you, if I could, to exhibit number 36. Your Honor, I believe this exhibit is one that the parties have stipulated to, but technically, Your Honor, may not have been admitted yet.
Without objection, 36 is now in evidence.
Now, Ms. Watkins, I want to refer you to the email that's in the middle of the page on Exhibit 36, which is an email from you to Ms. Truong dated May 27, 2010. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And in the first sentence, you have a reference to the Mixed Chicks website and that they have a lot of copy on the front. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, why were you asking Ms. Truong about the copy on the front of the Mixed Chicks products?
I was asking her if there was going to be a lot of copy on the front because I needed to know for spacing issues about how I was going to design the label. And to me, the Mixed Chicks label looked kind of messy, wordy, just a lot of words, a whole paragraph on the front.
Did Ms. Truong respond to your question about the copy on the front?
I don't believe she did, but obviously from the labels, we didn't have a lot of copy on the front.
Now, Ms. Watkins, I want to refer you, if I could, to Exhibit 109.
Okay.
Your Honor, again, 109, the parties have stipulated to.
Without objection, 109 is in.
Now, Ms. Watkins, 109 is another email.
Okay.
And I'll refer you to the email in the middle of the page, again from you to Ms. Truong, this time dated July 22nd, 2010. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Specifically, I want to refer you to the paragraph number beginning with the number 2. Do you see that in the middle of the email?
Yes, I do.
Can you get that for me, Garrett? Thank you. Now, in this sentence, you're writing Ms. Truong and asking whether or not the labels should be clean and simple like the Mixed Chicks. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What did you mean when you were asking Britt whether she wanted the label clean and simple like mixed chicks?
Clean and simple, I was referring to if the label was going to have a lot of design elements on it, like flowers or swirls, if it was going to be a busy label, if she had something else in mind other than just the logo and what the product was.
Do you recall if Ms. Truong ever responded to your email on this point?
I don't recall.
Well, looking at the products in front of you, do they have swirls or flowers or
No.
design elements?
Nope. Very clean and simple.
Now, when you designed the logo, did you intend that the logo you designed to confuse consumers into believing that the mixed silk products were associated with, related to, or otherwise affiliated with the Mixed Chicks products?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled. And the answer was no, and that'll remain.
Now, for the label designs for the products themselves, when you were designing those, did you intend that your labels, did you intend for them to confuse consumers into believing there was any relationship between the mixed silk products or the Mixed Chicks products?
No,
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection.
Overruled.
I wanted them to be unique to Sally, different, unique for them.
Now, did anyone at Sally Beauty ever tell you that the products that you were designing the logo for and the labels, that the products themselves were intended to confuse consumers into believing that the mixed silk products were affiliated or related to the Mixed Chicks products?
No, they did not.
Now, did you have any involvement at all in selecting the bottles or jars that were going to be used for the mixed silk products?
No, that was Britt Truong.
And in fact, when you started working on the project, she'd already picked the bottles that are in front of you?
That's correct.
Did you have any involvement in developing the colors of the products, the liquid products that are in those bottles?
No, I did not. That was Britt Truong as well.
How about the slogan, Natural Curls for Natural Girls? Were you involved in coming up with that slogan?
No, I was not.
Now, Ms. Watkins, I want to refer you to Exhibit 111, if I could. Your Honor, this has already been admitted. All right. Now, 111, Ms. Watkins, is an email with some designs attached to the back of it, correct?
Correct.
And what are these designs?
These are the actual labels, the final art for the products.
And with the cover email, Ms. Truong is approving these final label designs, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I have a question just to make sure there's no confusion. If you look to the back, for example, the last page or two of these designs, and you see the labels that actually have purple on them, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What's the purpose of the purple? Could you explain that?
The purpose of the purple is for the printer, and it represents an opaque white ink. So the opaque white ink goes underneath the color to make the color stand out on the jar or bottle.
Okay, Ms. Watkins, I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 46. Again, it should be in your binder, or Mr. Malter can pull it up for you. Can you identify Exhibit 46 for the record?
Yes, that is my invoice to Sally Beauty.
And what's the invoice dated?
September 8th, 2010.
Your Honor, we request Exhibit 46 be moved into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's in evidence.
Now, briefly, could you describe for me the line items that you charged Sally Beauty for the work that you did?
Logo design. Then I would present to her 3 different concepts for the packaging, and then actually taking my logo design and the copy that she provided for me, and put it on all the labels, and then getting the artwork ready for final art, which means ready to go to the printer.
Okay, did Sally Beauty actually pay this invoice?
Yes.
A couple of last questions, Ms. Watkins. Is Sally Beauty paying you to testify today?
No, they are not.
You're not still employed by Sally Beauty, are you?
No, I'm not.
Well, let me just ask you, why are you here testifying today?
Because this is my work, and I feel like my work is original, and I really feel that mixed silk looks entirely different than mixed chicks.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins. No more questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Watkins.
Hello.
How are you? Now, Ms. Watkins, you've testified that you've done prior work for Sally Beauty before you started working there in December of 2010. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was for a company called Briley and Stables?
Yes.
And you did about 20 to 50 design projects for Sally Beauty products while you were at Briley and Stables, correct?
Approximately.
Okay. And some of those were on products in Sally Beauty's multicultural category, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then after you left Briley and Stables and formed Dawn Watkins Design in 2009, you did about 60 design projects for Sally Beauty, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And some of those were on products that were in Sally Beauty's multicultural category, correct?
Yes, just revisions and stuff like that at first.
Okay, and there was this, and then you continued to work on products in Sally Beauty's multicultural category once you started working there in December of 2010, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, now there was this distinction made about you've only worked on existing products but didn't design any new logos for Sally Beauty multicultural products, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And isn't it true that when you worked on those existing products, you saw what they looked like?
Yes.
Okay, so you had some idea what the multicultural products looked like. You'd worked on a lot of them, correct?
No, I hadn't worked on a lot of them. I just worked on a couple Silk Elements products and a couple Proclaim products, and they were revisions.
They were revisions to existing products.
Yes, that's correct.
And you had to see those products to revise them, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you said that your first contact about mixed silk was with Britt Truong, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and prior to joining Sally Beauty in December of 2010, after you designed the logo and put together the labels for mixed silk, you never communicated directly with Renee Reynolds about mixed silk, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay, and you never communicated with Susan Walker about mixed silk?
I don't recall.
Now, counsel talked about how the name for mixed silk had already been picked by the time you started working on the mixed silk logo and labels, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and just to be clear, you weren't involved at all in the decision on what the name of those products would be, correct?
No, I was not.
And nobody at Sally Beauty told you what the name mixed silk was supposed to mean or convey, did they?
No, they did not.
And no one told you why the name mixed silk was chosen for those products, did they?
Not that I remember.
Okay, Ms. Watkins, if you could please take a look at Exhibit 35 in your notebook. There's the blue notebook up on the ledge there.
Oh.
Either one, I think it's in both. Now, Ms. Watkins, if you could just follow along with me.
Okay.
In the second paragraph of Ms. Truong's email to you, dated May 5th, 2010,
Okay.
she told you the line was inspired by Mixed Chicks, correct?
That's what the email says, yes.
Right. And in the email, she gave you the address for the Mixed Chicks website, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you told Mr. Lee that you went and looked at that website and saw the Mixed Chicks products, correct?
That I told who?
Right, counsel here, when he was questioning you, that you did look at the website?
Yes, I did.
And in this email, Ms. Truong told you the bottles would be natural frosted, right?
Yes.
She said she knew that for sure, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Truong told you in this email that the bottles would be translucent so you could see the product through the bottles, correct?
That's what she said.
Okay, and Ms. Truong told you in this email that the Mixed Silk leave-in conditioner would be yellow, similar to what you see on the Mixed Chicks website, correct?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. In Exhibit 35, Ms. Truong in her email told you that the Mixed Silk leave-in conditioner would be yellow, similar to what you see on the Mixed Chicks website, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and Ms. Truong in this email told you that the Mixed Silk shampoo would be pale yellow, correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Truong told you the Mixed Silk deep conditioner would be white, correct?
That's correct.
And is it true that Ms. Truong never told you what she meant by her statement that Mixed Silk would be inspired by Mixed Chicks?
That's correct.
And Ms. Truong never told you why she gave you the address for the Mixed Chicks website?
She said it was a compare-to product.
So you had a conversation with her after this email, and she told you that's why she sent you this website?
I don't recall, but the phone call prior to this email, she said it was a compare-to product.
Okay. I'm just asking you, after she sent you this email, did she explain why she gave you the website to go look at?
I don't recall.
Now, you testified a minute ago that Sally Beauty didn't tell you what sort of elements you should emphasize in the logo. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you recall Ms. Truong telling you that mixed silk should stand out more than silk elements?
I don't recall.
Okay. Can you please take a look at Exhibit 106? And Your Honor, this is not in evidence, but there's no objections. I'd like to move Exhibit 106 into evidence.
Without objection, it's submitted.
Okay, Ms. Watkins, in this email from Ms. Truong to you on May 6, 2010, could you please read the first sentence?
One thing I need to tell you on the mixed silk is that even though we need to keep silk elements as part of the logo, mixed silk should stand out more.
Okay, and did Ms. Truong ever tell you why she wanted mixed silk to stand out more than silk elements?
No, she did not.
And it's also true that the Silk Elements Cura Minerals line had not been developed yet when the mixed silk logo and labels were created, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, Ms. Watkins, if you could please take a look at Exhibit 37, which is in evidence. Now, I just want to be clear. Counsel went through this with you a minute ago. You sent Ms. Truong 7 logo ideas, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so those were attached to the email that's at the top of page 1 of Exhibit 37. The email that starts out, Britt and Courtney, please see attached for 7 logo ideas for mixed silk. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And those 7 logo ideas are pages 3 through 9 of Exhibit 37? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when counsel a minute ago showed you Exhibit 107, Chuck, if you could pull that up, on page 19, he talked about this as one of your logo ideas. I just want to be clear. This is not one of the original 7 logo ideas you sent to Ms. Truong, correct? Because this is attached to a series of other emails which also have attachments.
Can you say that one more time?
Sure.
Sorry.
Was Exhibit 107, page 19, one of the original 7 logo ideas that you sent to Ms. Truong for mixed silk?
It was, well, it's very close to page 5 idea, and it's just, logos always go through a couple different revisions, and so it was based off of the logo on page 5, and...
You're referring to page 5 of Exhibit 37?
Yes, I am.
Is that the same as page 11 of Exhibit 107?
Yes.
Okay, but in those
Right.
original logos that you sent, Silk Elements was on top of mixed silk, correct?
Yes.
And in a larger font. than what ultimately became the mixed silk logo, correct?
I'm not sure if it was larger or not.
Okay, well, comparing Exhibit 107, page 11, to Exhibit 107, page 19, in which is Silk Elements larger?
Okay, then, well, the mixed silk logo is also larger on page 11. So on page 19, the mixed silk logo and Silk Elements is both smaller.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the products. The ones you have sitting up on the bar next to you,
Yes.
can you grab one of either of the bottles with the pump tops? Okay. Which exhibit are you looking at?
The cleansing shampoo?
I'm sorry, what number?
Oh, I'm sorry, 152.
Okay, and on Exhibit 152, Silk Elements is underneath and to the right of mixed silk, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Would you say it's in larger or smaller font than the logo design you sent to Ms. Truong on Exhibit 107, page 11?
It looks a little smaller.
A little smaller on the physical bottle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in all of the logo designs, and we'll get back to the size of Silk Elements, but first I want to be clear, in all of the logo designs that you sent to Ms. Truong, Silk Elements was on top of the words mixed silk, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it didn't end up that way in the final, did it?
No, it did not.
Now, would you say that the logo options that you presented to Sally Beauty were all very different from each other?
Yes, I do.
Were you trying to incorporate a design that had a feminine look to it?
Yes, I mean, yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at the logo design in Exhibit 37 at page 6.
Okay.
And do you consider the design element above mixed silk to be feminine?
I think the font combined with the element is feminine. I think that's who this product is geared towards.
Okay, now Ms. Truong selected which of the 7 logo designs she liked, correct?
Yes.
And again, that's the third logo, which was page 5 of Exhibit 37. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So before you created any logo designs for mixed silk, we saw in the email earlier Ms. Truong told you that mixed silk should stand out more than Silk Elements. Then do you recall after you sent Ms. Truong your 7 logo ideas, she again told you to make by Silk Elements very small?
I don't recall.
Okay, let's turn back to Exhibit 107 if you would. If you could please look at the email on the top of page 1. And this is from Britt Truong to yourself, dated June 1st. Can you please read that email for the jury?
Can you shrink this 50% and then add in very small print underneath the logo by Silk Elements?
And then after that, do you recall Ms. Truong telling you to strike that? Did you follow Ms. Truong's instructions?
I'm not sure.
If you don't recall making...
I don't recall, but I probably.
Okay. It's fair to say you probably followed her instructions.
Probably.
Put in very small print underneath mixed silk and sent her a draft, correct?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And you recall after that Ms. Truong telling you to make mixed silk even 25% bigger?
I don't recall.
Ms. Watkins, please turn to page 5 of Exhibit 107. And if you look at the middle email from you to Ms. Truong on June 2nd, after an email a few down, where you talk about the small print, you say, please see attached. Thanks, Dawn.
Okay.
Do you recall if that was you sending her a revised logo that had made silk elements in very small print?
I don't recall, but I don't recall.
Okay, well, let's look at the email above it. In response, Ms. Truong says, okay, almost there, just increase mixed silk by another 25%. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, now if you could please turn to the next page, page 6.
Okay.
In the middle email from you to Britt, dated June 2nd, 2010, you said, do you mean everything increased by 25% or just the mixed silk logo and leave the silk elements the size it currently is? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and you see in the email in response to that, Ms. Truong said, can she see it both ways?
Yes.
Okay, and if you turn to page 7,
Mm-hmm.
in response to Ms. Truong's email, you then sent an email with 3 options. Option 1, where everything is increased by 25%. And then you have options 2 and 3, in which only the mixed silk logo is increased by 25% and the silk elements logo is not. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the difference between options 2 and 3 was just the left to right positioning of silk elements, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could please turn to page 8.
Okay.
You then asked in that middle email, you asked Ms. Truong, which option did you like, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes. That's,
And how did she respond in the email above that?
that she liked number 3.
Okay. And number 3 was increasing mixed silk by an additional 25% relative to the silk elements logo, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And you don't recall Ms. Truong or Ms. Jones ever telling you why Sally Beauty wanted mixed silk a certain size relative to the silk elements logo?
No.
And Ms. Watkins, if you could please take a look at Exhibit 102.
All right.
And do you recognize Exhibit 102?
Yes.
Okay. And what is Exhibit 102?
An email from Britt.
And that's to you, sent on August 23rd, 2010?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, that's on the bottom. And then above that, there's an email from Britt to yourself on August 23, 2010?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yep.
Your Honor, I'd like to move Exhibit 102 into evidence.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
All right. 102 is now in evidence.
Yeah, Ms. Watkins, in your email to in Ms. Truong's email to you, she says, Dawn, Susan is concerned that the mixed silk doesn't pop enough. Should we thicken up the font a bit more? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
In response to that, did you thicken up the font on mixed silk more?
Yes.
And please take a look at Exhibit 108. I want to talk about the colors for the mixed silk logo.
Okay.
You said earlier that Ms. Truong told you to use natural colors, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you consider natural colors to be orange, greens, and browns, correct?
Earth tones, yes.
Earth tones. So do you think that that's a general understanding of what natural colors mean?
To me, yes. To me, that's what I think.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge that that's a generally accepted understanding in the graphic design industry?
Britt and I understood what we were talking about.
Okay. If you take a look at Exhibit 108, sorry, first of all, Ms. Watkins, what is Exhibit 108?
The email, you mean? Is that what you're talking about?
That's right, the entire document. The email and the next page.
An email from Britt to me.
Without
And
objection, it's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Watkins, page 2 is an attachment to that email?
yes.
Okay, and you see that there's little red boxes with very specific color descriptions?
Yes.
Okay. And who prepared those red boxes?
Britt.
Okay. So those are comments that Britt Truong put in?
Looks like it.
Those are her color choices?
I don't assume they're her color choices.
Now, Mr. Lee clarified various aspects of the mixed silk product design that you were not involved in. I want to also clarify, you weren't involved in the decision to make a mixed silk shampoo, leave-in conditioner, and deep conditioner, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't involved in the decision to call those products a gentle clarifying shampoo, a leave-in conditioning cream, or a nourishing deep conditioner, were you?
No, I was not.
Now, Mr. Lee also pointed out an email in which he said that the mixed chicks label looked messy or wordy, correct?
An email?
Yes. No, I'm sorry, strike that. You testified earlier that you felt the mixed chicks labels were messy and wordy because of the copy on the front, correct?
Yes, I felt that they were wordy.
And then in Exhibit 109, in the middle email from yourself to Britt, so if you could pull that up and let's take a look at the line number 2, where you said you are wanting the label pretty clean and simple like the mixed chicks, correct? And you said that you wrote that because you just wanted to make sure that the label for mixed silk wasn't going to be busy. Is that right?
I was asking clean and simple like there aren't going to be a lot of flowers on it or swirls or other, design elements on the label.
You didn't explain in this email to Ms. Truong what you meant by clean and simple, did you?
I did not.
Now, you weren't involved in selecting the pump tops that were ultimately used for the mixed silk products, were you?
No, I was not.
Okay. You weren't involved in the decision to make those pump tops translucent?
No, I was not.
And you already said that, I believe you weren't involved in selecting the colors of the liquid products inside the mixed silk products?
No, I was not.
Okay, so you just came up with several logo designs that you gave to Ms. Truong, correct?
And the labels, yes.
Okay, and you helped put together the labels based on information that Ms. Truong gave you, correct?
Correct.
And then you gave Ms. Truong several logos, and she picked one, correct?
Correct.
And then Ms. Truong had you make some adjustments to the design that she picked. Is that right?
That's right.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins. No further questions.
Oh, my goodness.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Oh, you have nothing else?
No.
Well, all your timing is impeccable.
May she be excused as a witness, Your Honor?
Yes, she may. You may step down and you are excused.
Thank you.
And that brings us to a close today. Thank you, counsel, for your good timing. We'll turn off the clock here. And remember, tomorrow at 8 o'clock, and we'll go to 1:30 with 2 short breaks in between. Remember, don't discuss the case. Keep an open mind. Don't do any research on the case. Thank you. All right, folks, I have the following scorecard. The plaintiff is at 1445. The defense is at 815. Okay? Thank you. Tomorrow?
Maybe when we'll be talking about verdict form and jury instructions?
No, I don't. I am talking to my clerk in back, and we've done some preliminary go-throughs. I'm actually wondering, given all our calendar, if that comes under the heading of argument and chargeable to the clock or not. do you have any ideas when you'd like to? I'm trying to get a handle on how long it'll take based on how much is in dispute.
Not 7:30 in the morning, so I'm relieved. I always prefer earlier is better, and so Monday morning or Monday afternoon.
Let's revisit it tomorrow, and it's possible. Well, I'm also aware of people flying in and out. If I had you here, sometime Monday afternoon, would that maybe work? It means you have to fly in early if you're away for the weekend.
I think everybody's here.
Yeah, we're here, Your Honor.
Everybody's here.
Okay.
Now, Monday is difficult for me, though, because I've got witnesses flying in Monday to prep for testimony Tuesday.
So there you have it. Tomorrow I start with a phone call at 7, the trial at 8, and then at 1:30 I've really got to get ready for about 20 matters on our law and motion calendar for Monday. And Ms. Bradel, how do we look Monday afternoon on the criminal calendar? I haven't looked at that yet.
1:32, 2:30.
All right. So let's talk more about it tomorrow. I certainly want to give you time to prepare if they're coming in, counsel. I know how that is. But it's possible we could do it Monday afternoon. Let me ask this. When do you think you'll be resting?
I believe we will rest on Tuesday, Your Honor.
Oh, very good.
I have a rebuttal witness, Your Honor, to one of their experts.